So that will conclude Hot Lap session number 1 for the Camp Gladiator Junior Emery Limited Modifieds. Exiting the speedway, the 94 of Scout Nation. The 26S is Bentley Smith. 310 of Scott Merrick. And the 8 of Rustin Maroney. The 47 is Jack Sarton making hot laps in his USRA Modified tonight. We'll have the Rocket Challenge back next weekend. The USRA Modifieds will be back in the house at Rocket Raceway Park next Saturday night. So we had one Optimum Collision Trooper Cruiser show up tonight. That is the 911 of Christania Nold out of Azele, Texas, in the 911 machine. So you give her a few hot laps here in her 911 machine. This is a low-budget class that we're trying to build up here at Rocket, as well as Big O Speedway. Low-budget class that you can get in for about $2,500 to $3,000 for a race-ready machine to race with the Optimum Collision Trooper Cruisers. Trying to get this class to grow once again. We've had up to 3 or 4 on some nights. Unfortunately, only had one show tonight. But regardless, we appreciate Christania coming out in her 911 machine here to Rocket Raceway Park. Next up on the Speedway will be the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified Hot Lap Session number 1. First car on the Speedway is actually going to be a full-blown USRA Modified. That's going to be Michael Risky Jr. in the 2H, excuse me. Followed by Tyler Parker in the 79 machine. The 01X, that's going to be Tough Forrester. Behind Forrester in the 76, that's Joe Findling. Winner here 2 weekends ago, the 177, that's Chad Ross. Followed by the 28D of Dustin Nation. The 8 machine of James Wilson. 13P is Wyatt Payne. Also on the speedway, the V8 of Robert Vetter. 6 machine of David Thompson. 44S is Jonathan Sullivan. And the 99H of Ricky Haney. That will conclude hot lap session number 1 for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. Exiting the front straightaway, the 76, that's Joe Findling, followed by the 79 of Tyler Parker. The 177 is Chad Ross. 13P. That machine is piloted by Wyatt Payne. Following Payne, the 26D of Dustin Nation, Robert Vetter in the 8V, and the 99H is Ricky Haney. On the speedway now for hot lap session number 2, the 20D of Rowdy Day, the 11 of Eric Luttrell, and the 56 machine. '56 machine of Stephen Ashcraft. We also got Jack Sarton back on the speedway in his USRA modified, the 47. Checkered flag waves for hot lap session number 2 for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. Exiting the speedway, the 56 of Stephen Ashcraft. Also on the speedway during that round was the 20D of Rowdy Day, multiple-time winner here this season for the USRA Limited Modifieds, followed by the 11 of Eric Luttrell. And the USRA Modified on the speedway, that is Jack Sarton in the 47. On the speedway now is the Byline Surveying Yellow LLC USRA Factory Stocks. First car on the speedway is going to be the 14 of Alan Screws. Following Screws will be the 76 of Richard Sawyer. Got the 24 machine piloted by Jesse James. That's Jesse James Freeland in the 24 machine. 4B is Kyle Blanton, the 72 of Ben Brand. 47F is going to be Brad Ford. The 118 of Matt Conger. 28C machine is driven by James Proctor. The 69, that's going to be Jeremy Fodge. And the 05 machine is driven by Brian McHenry. Problems for the 76 machine of Richard Sawyer, as the checkered flag will wave on hot lap session number 1 for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. So as we prepare for hot lap session number 2 for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks, we're going to assist the 76 of Richard Sawyer off the speedway. And here comes hot lap session number 2 for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. First car on the speedway is going to be the 80 machine of Bud Brill, followed by the 7K. That is the 7K of Billy White. Behind White, it's going to be the 77S Robert Stevenson. Following Stevenson will be Chad Entz in the 75 machine. Michael Smith in 5V, winner at the Texarkana 67 Speedway last night. Marty Hicks in the 2H. You got the 99J of John Armstrong. The 26. That's the 26B of Bobby Glover. 26G, excuse me. Also on the speedway, the 72 of Jeremiah Hopper. And the 87D of Aaron Davis. Checkered flag and a wave on hot lap session number 2 for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. Once again on the speedway is the 7K of Billy White, the 80 machine of Bud Brill. 77 machine is driven by Robert Stevenson. The 5V of Michael Smith. The 75 is Chad Entz. Marty Hicks in the 2H. Bobby Glover in the 26G. John Armstrong in 99J. And Jeremiah Hopper in the 72. Also on the speedway was the 87D of Aaron Davis. Here comes hot lap session number 3 for the USRA factory stocks. First car on the speedway is going to be the 197 of Gary Finch, followed by the 3M of Tristan McCullough. Nakia Norris in the 7N. Got Timothy Hartman in the 71. Chris Davis in 98. Bryce Pritchard in the R21. In the B21, excuse me. Austin Hale in the 13X. So problems for the 13X of Austin Hale. Going to lose a drive shaft down the back straightaway, entering turn number 3. Hate to see that out of the 3D Motorsports Henry's Glide. Number 13X of Austin Hale is going to come up limp on the front straightaway after losing his drive shaft down the back straightaway.
as soon as somebody gives me a thumbs up. She's got the mic. We're good. All right.
Hi guys, how y'all doing tonight? Whoa. All right, I need to hear both sides of the track. How y'all guys doing? All right, I'm Liz with Texas Sprint Series. We're going to go ahead and get started with our drivers' introductions. We have 21 drivers tonight. Each of them are going to come up, introduce themselves, tell you their name, where they're from, and which car they're driving. And afterwards, each of them have a signed flag, all right? If one of y'all receives the winner's flag tonight, y'all will be able to come down to the track, get a picture, and get a signed TSS shirt. That sound good to y'all? All right, well, I'm going to need some energy from y'all, and let's give a nice, loud welcome to our TSS drivers.
I'm Jeff Emerson. I drive the 35 car from Weatherford, Texas, sponsored by Stone Oilfield Services, Benzwanger Glass, ABC Pick and Pull. Thank y'all so much for coming out.
Marcus Thomas from Corsicana, Texas. I drive the PCR George White number 10. Short and sweet, baby.
I'm Chip Graham out of Louisville, Texas. Drive the number 5 Graham's Wrecker Service, Smiley's Racing Products car. Thanks everybody for coming out.
Oh, Matt, it's Miller, self-sponsored, number 17. I'm from Heath, Texas. Thanks for coming out. We like racing out here.
Ryder LaPlante from Calais, Oklahoma. Drive the 88R. I'd like to thank Top Notch Tire Farms. I see y'all. Triple X Chassis, Kevin LaPlante Snap-on Tools, SBS Shocks, and that's about it. Thank y'all for coming out.
Hi, my name is Logan Sherb, driving the number 18 out of Decatur, Texas. First and foremost, I want to thank God, all you fans for coming out and allowing us to do this. Carl Clement Ford, Shoulders Racing Engine, 777 Graphics, my mom and dad, everyone that helps in the back, and let's have some fun.
Hi, everyone. I'm Corby Sherritt from Decatur, Texas. I drive the number 32. Thank you, fans, so much for coming out. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't get to do this. Thank you so much. 777 Graphics, Shoulders Racing Engine, Carl Clement Ford, my brother, my mom, my dad back in the pits, Kerbo. Jimmy's racing with us tonight, so he thinks he's going to beat me, but here you go, Jim.
Hey, I'm Jimmy Gardner from Denison. I'm driving the 51, and I'm definitely going to beat Corby tonight.
Hello, everybody. My name is Justin Bates, driver of the 21B. Thanks for coming out. That 51 guy, he's all right, even though he's got the ugliest helmet out here. Just look out for it. Here you go, Chad.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Jared Wars from Joshua, Texas, driving the black number 7. I'd like to thank all you all for coming out, my family for helping me every week. I hope you all enjoy it.
Chad Wilson, drive the number 20 car from North Richland Hills, Texas. I just want to thanks for you guys for coming out, sitting in this sun and heat, and hopefully we can put on a good show for you guys. And thanks to Raptor P Construction, Best Deal Services, Jimmy Alder Racing Engines, and you guys for coming out. Thanks for coming out.
You didn't thank me. Hello, I'm Junior Jenkins, car number 23 from Greenville, Texas. Thanks to Jenkins Garage, Boots Burgers, and hello to Bobby and Lori up there.
Hi, my name's Steve McMacken. I'm from Greenville, Texas. I drive the 41M.
Colby Stubblefield from Sugarville, Texas, driving the Taco Casa number 2X.
Gary Kelly, driving the 12X Race Chicks Racing out of Lone Grove, Oklahoma. Thank y'all for coming out.
I'm Jeb Sessoms. I drive the 01J Best Steel Services Fox Drywall.
My name's Joshua Harner. I'm from Golly, Texas. I drive the 41 sprint car. Thank you guys for coming out tonight.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Dixon from Justin, Texas, driving the 11 Eagle chassis.
Landon Thompson from Fort Worth, Texas, driver of the Blue and Gold 7T. Thank y'all for coming out.
Zane Lawrence from Lillian, Texas, driving the Taco Casa number 76.
And let's give it up one more time for our Texas Sprint Series drivers. All right, now I'm going to need some energy out of y'all. We have some koozies. Who wants some koozies up here? I'm going to need to hear y'all. Who wants some koozies? All right, let's see. Who wants one over here? Over here? Here's one here. All right, let me see. Who has some energy up here? I don't think I hear y'all. Let me see. Which one of y'all wants koozies? Here y'all go. Thank you. All right, I saw y'all over here. Excuse me. Here y'all go. Here you go.
All right, race fans, at this time, we'd like to ask you to rise to your feet as we go to the Lord in prayer, asking for his blessing over this racing event. Let's pray. Dear God, thank you for this day, and thank you so much for allowing us all to be here to enjoy what we love doing. Thank you for great weather today in East Texas. And thank you for allowing the Texas Sprint Series to join us here at Rocket Raceway Park. We pray for safety over all of our drivers, track officials, spectators, crew members, and everyone as we go home after the races tonight. It is in your name we pray. Amen. Please remain standing for the playing of the national anthem. Race fans, it's time to go racing for round 12 of the KR Cup presented by Parkway Buick GMC at Rocket Raceway Park. So the first race of the evening will be heat race number 1 for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Modifieds. On the pole is going to be the 5 machine sponsored by CarQuest, Cullum Auto Parts, and Neighbors Racing Engines. That's going to be the 5 of Aaron Barnes. To his outside, in the 7J, sponsored by Savinity Funeral Homes and Antlers Motorsports. That's the 7J of Ellie Jackson. On the inside of row number 2, that's going to be the 24B in the Bar 5 Construction Dairy Queen number 24B. That's Aaron Booth. To his outside, 33D of Dustin Fodge. 81T is Sean Williams. To his outside, the 168, Brian Hopkins. Gary Morgan Morgan McGarry in 94, and Carson Bradley in the C88. We are green for heat race number 1 for the Buckmeyer Eco Mods. It's the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods as the 168 going to get the jump. That's going to be Brian Hopkins. He's going to get the early race lead in his 168 machine as he's going to extend an early lead on lap number 1. Currently running second is the 5 machine of Aaron Barnes, followed by the 24B of Aaron Booth. You got Sean Williams and Carson Bradley nice now side by side for the 4th position. They're going to go 3 wide with the 5 machine. As Carson Bradley's working his way up towards the front, he's going to get way high coming out of turn 4, collect the wall, and he'll lose a few spots there. So Hopkins leads, followed by Booth, Williams, and the C88 of Bradley, with Barnes rounding out your top 5 cars right now. Here comes Williams, going to look to the outside of Booth. He's going to sail high just as Bradley did last lap, and Bradley's going to capitalize this time, taking the 3rd spot back. Carson Bradley looking to the top, slide from the 24B of Aaron Booth, going to open up the bottom down the back straightaway. Carson Bradley going to take the 2nd spot. But Brian Hopkins in 168 has a full straightaway advantage over the battle for 2nd, which now emerges between the C88 of Bradley and the 81T of Williams. As Sean Williams has worked his way around the 24B of Aaron Booth to take the 3rd position. The 5th spot is still occupied by the 5 machine of Aaron Barnes, as the 94 of Morgan McGarry runs 6th, followed by the 33D. That's Dustin Fodge, and rounding out your field in the 8th position is the 7J of Ellie Jackson. So we got 2 laps to go this time for the 168 of Hopkins, as the battle for 2nd is beginning to heat up. Bradley going to sail high off the back straightaway. And here comes the 81T of Sean Williams, going to look to his inside as the white flag has flown for the 168. He has set sail, and barring disaster, he will win heat race number 1. And here comes a slide job attempt by the 81T. Nothing there yet, as the C88 of Carson Bradley going to hold the 2nd spot down the back straightaway as Hopkins takes the checkered flag. Entering turn 4 for the final time through the middle, Carson Bradley going to have enough momentum to finish in the 2nd position, followed by the 81T of Sean Williams. 4th place finisher will be the 24B of Aaron Booth, and rounding out your top 5 for heat race number 1 of the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods will be the 5 of Aaron Booth.
All right, guys, where's some of my drinkers at? I hope you're not looking towards Flaxen because I'm up in the booth. But I have a question for you guys. If anybody can tell me what the car number is for our current points leader, Zane Lawrence, without looking it up, I see some guy already opening his phone. If you'll meet me down at the T-shirt booth, I'll give you a free zip-up koozie and a Frisbee. So give me 2 minutes to get down there, and then come at me with your answers, but don't cheat.
All right, here is heat race number 2's lineup for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods. On the pole, the 88JC, that's Joe Loftus. To his outside, Tony Ross in 77R. The 48H of Hunter Howard to his outside will be Jonathan Cameron in 14C. Paul Clark in the 15K. Terry McGarry in the 76. Scott Hill in 10H and Jacob Watts in 14. We are green. Never mind, we are not green. No good on the start there, as the 88JC got too good of an advantage coming out of turn number 4. And we're going to reset it. So once again, we're going to reset the lineup here. Got a little bit of time to acknowledge some of these guys' sponsors. On the pole, the J&G Services Mission Utilities 88JC, that's Joe Loftus to his outside. In the Ross Dairy Supply and Service, Big Dave's Motors, number 77R, that's Tony Ross. To the inside of row number 2, the Lone Star Plumbing, Smiley's Auto Parts, number 48H, that's Hunter Howard. His outside, the 14C, that's going to be Jonathan Cameron. On the inside of row number 3, the Clark's Auto Repair, Jeremy Hendry Construction, the 15K, that is Paul Clark. To his outside, Terry McGarry in the 76, the 271 Trailers, number 76. And the final row is the 10H of Scott Hill and the Hammett's Excavation, number 10H. And the 14 of Jacob Watt, sponsored by Mark's Racing Engines and BRP Power Glides. We are green for heat race number 2 for the Buckmeyer Motorsports as Hunter Howard going to pull off the speedway in 48H as Tony Ross has jumped out to an early race lead in the 77R. So Ross, Loftus, Cameron, Watts, and Clark, your top 5 runners at this point in heat race number 2 for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods. So Ross continues to lead, followed by the 88 J3, excuse me, of Loftus, as a battle between the 14s emerges for the 3rd spot. 14C of Cameron and the 14 of Watts go side by side down the back straightaway. Watts going to get the advantage headed into turns 3 and 4. And he will have the advantage once again coming off of turn 3 and 4. He will take the 3rd place position from the 14C of Cameron. 15 machine of Paul Clark continues to run in the 5th spot as the 10H of Scott Hill rounds out your 6-car field for now. Here comes the 14 of Watts working his way towards the 88 of Loftus. Going to try to take away the 2nd spot. He's got 2.5 laps to make something happen. 2 laps to go this time for the 77R of Tony Ross. Battle intensifying for the 2nd spot. That's Loftus and Watts. Watts going to power to the outside in turns 1 and 2. Get the momentum out of turn 2 as Tony Ross has a problem down the back straightaway. 77R slows quickly, and here comes the 14 of Watts. Watts going to get a freebie as he'll take the lead and see the white flag this time. Caution flag going to wave for the 77R, who goes up in smoke coming out of turn number 4. Problems for the race leader of Tony Ross in the 77R. Had nothing but clear racetrack ahead of him and had a near half straightaway lead. But it all goes up in smoke in turns 3 and 4 for the 77R machine, sponsored by Ross Dairy and Supply and Service and Big Dave's Racing Engines. So good to see the 77R of Ross able to leave the speedway under his own power. Hopefully able to fix the issue there for the 77R and rejoin us in the A main for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods. So we're going to have a green-white checkered restart with Jacob Watts on the front row in the Mark's Racing Engines number 14 machine, followed by the 88 J3 of Joe Loftus and the 14C of Jonathan Cameron. Currently running in the 4th position is Paul Clark in the 15K, and rounding out your top 5, the 10H of Scott Hill. 2 laps to conclude heat race number 2 and determine the starting positions for the A main later on this evening. Here comes Clark to the inside of Cameron. They're going to make heavy contact into turn 1. Clark spins, collects the infield tractor tire. He's going to pull into the infield, and we're going to stay green for now as the white flag waves for Watts. Watts, Loftus, Cameron, and Hill now your top 5 as Clark pulls back on the speedway in the 15 machine. Going to pull back in the infield once again, and we will be able to conclude this race under the green flag conditions as Jacob Watts going to take the win in the 14 machine. Joe Loftus in the 88 J3 finishes in the 2nd position, followed by the 14C of Jonathan Cameron. And rounding out your top 4 is going to be the 10H of Scott Hill. So give it up, race fans. The 14 machine of Jacob Watts going worst to first in that one, started dead last and takes the win in heat race number 2 for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods. So next race on the speedway will be the Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Car Heat Race. Only got one heat race for these guys tonight. On the pole is going to be the Triple C Diesel Specialist, Sully's Cattle Company Ranch. Number 86C, that is Cody Klein to his outside. The Tent Master Plus B&M Painting, Aerospace and Military Coating. Number 13, that's John Winters. To the inside of row number 2, it's going to be the 5 machine of Jerry Edwards. To his outside, the 2R of Michael Risky. To the inside of row number 3, it's going to be the 1 machine of J.J. Tarver. To his outside, in the 22D, the Denison Doors and More. Innovative Auto Glass number 22D, that is Dwayne Pritchett. Excuse me. And on the back row, on the inside, the B21 is going to be Bryce Pritchett. To his outside will be the 14A of Ryan Freeland. 8 laps, all cars will advance to the A main as Cody Klein going to get the early race advantage, followed by Winners. As Risky and Pritchett entered into the top 5. That's Dwayne Pritchett in the 4th spot as Bryce Pritchett takes over the 5th position. 13 of Winners going to get loose right in front of Dwayne Pritchett, and he's going to get around him. All cars are able to avoid the 13 machine, but the caution flag will wave regardless for the 13 of John Winters. Right front flat, got a right front flat tire on the 1 machine of J.J. Tarver. He's going to pull back to the pits in his number 1 machine. We are actually still under green flag conditions, my apologies, as the B21 of Bryce Pritchett takes the lead down the back straightaway. Risky and Klein side by side for the 2nd spot. Risky's going to take it this time, but Bryce Pritchett's starting to distance himself from the field. Side by side battle for the 4th spot between Edwards and Dwayne Pritchett. Pritchett going to take that 4th spot away now. So it's Pritchett, Risky, Klein, Pritchett, and Edwards, your top 5 cars. Battle for the 6th place position now emerges between Freeland and Winners. Freeland going to sail high. Here comes Winners to the inside. They're going to battle for the 6th spot. 4 laps down, 4 laps to go. So the B21 of Bryce Pritchett checking out on the field in heat race action right now. As Cody Klein trying to catch up to Michael Risky, who keeps spinning the tires down in turn number 1. As problems for the 22D of Dwayne Pritchett as he's going to pull off the speedway in the 22D. That will give the 4th position to the 5 machine of Jerry Edwards and reinsert the 13 of John Winters back into the top 5. White flag waving this time on heat race number 1 of the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars for Bryce Pritchett in the B21. Battle for the 2nd position tightening up as Risky still spinning the tires. Here comes Klein to the inside. Can't quite make a move yet as the checkered flag waves for the B21 of Bryce Pritchett. Coming out of turn 2, Michael Risky going to hold on to the 2nd spot over the 86C of Cody Klein. Klein will finish 3rd. Jerry Edwards going to finish in the 4th spot, followed by the 13 of John Winters, going to round out the top 5. 6th place finisher will be the 14A of Ryan Freeland. So once again, race fans, give it up for the winner of the Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Car Heat Race, the B21 of Bryce Pritchett. Up next will be heat race number 1 for the Camp Gladiator Emery Jr. Limited Modifieds. On the pole out of Irving, Texas, in the Ashton Logistics RD Paint and Body, number 43, that's Ashton Bacta. To the outside of row number 1 in the 94 machine out of Blossom, Texas, sponsored by Overhead Door Solutions and Blossom Hardware. That's the 94 of Scout Nation. On the inside of row number 2 out of Crandall, Texas, that's the 26C of Bentley Smith. To the outside of the 26 out of Mesquite, Texas. That's going to be the 29 of Connor Richardson, sponsored by J&J Racing Engines and Illusions Incorporated. And on the final row, on the inside out of Fruitvale, Texas, that's going to be the Red Construction, Copeland Construction, number 8 of Rustin Maroney. And the last car on the speedway, the 310. That's going to be the Cousins Remodeling GIT Racing 310 of Scott Merrick. So didn't quite have the lineup right there at time. Scout Nation's supposed to be on the outside pole. So we're going to reset it and try again at an original restart for heat race number 1 for the Camp Gladiator Emery Junior Limited Modifieds. So back to Nation, Smith, Richardson, Maroney, and Merrick. Your 6 cars in heat race number 1 for the Junior Limited Modifieds. Back to going to get a good start in the 43 machine. First year of racing for that youngster. As he's going to get the early advantage over Scout Nation in 94. Here comes the 29 machine of Connor Richardson. Looking to the inside of Scout down the front straightaway. Entering turns 2 and 3. Bit slick out there still. As they're going to get sideways, the 26S going to take both spots. As Bentley Smith going to capitalize and take the second position away. Now Rustin Maroney gets into the fence on the front straightaway. Goes to the high side, going to collect the wall down the front straightaway. Looks like just cosmetic damage for the 8 machine, and he will continue to race. But so far, Ashton Bacta with the lead in the 43 machine. 26S of Bentley Smith starting to get his rhythm in the 26 machine as Scout Nation continues to run in the 3rd position. Followed by the 29 of Connor Richardson. The 310 is Scott Merrick, and rounding out the field, Rustin Maroney in the 8 machine. We have 4 laps in, 4 laps to go for the 43 of Ashton Bacta. So Bacta going to see 3 laps to go this time in his 43 machine. 26S of Smith continues to ride in the 2nd spot with no pressure at this time. As well as Scout Nation in the 3rd position. She has no pressure on her at this time as well, as there's 2 laps to go this time for Bacta. Best battle on the speedway is for the 4th spot between Richardson and Merrick. As the white flag will wave this time for the 43 of Ashton Bacta. Youngster chasing his first ever feature win tonight. Trying to get it done here at Rocket Raceway Park. As all cars continue to run in the same order, coming out of turn 4, taking heat race number 1, Ashton Bacta. Followed by the 26S. 26S of Bentley Smith finishes in the 2nd position, followed by Scout Nation is the 3rd place finisher. 29 machine of Connor Richardson finishes in the 4th position, followed by the 310 of Scott Merrick, and rounding out your field, the 8 machine of Rustin Maroney. Going to turn things back over to the Texas Sprint Series for their heat race action.
And rolling out is your Texas Sprint Series Heat 2. Starting lineup in that 70 is Landon Thompson. On the outside is Jimmy Gardner in that 51. In the second row, we have Junior Jenkins in that 23. On the outside in that 76 Taco Casa car, we have Zane Lawrence. Looking at the third row, we have Matt Etzmiller in that 17. On the outside of that 17 in the 41M, we have Steve McMacken. And in that fourth row, we have Logan Sherb in that 18. Landon Thompson from Fort Worth, Jimmy Gardner from Denison, Texas, Junior Jenkins out of Greenville, Texas, Zane Lawrence out of Lillian, Texas, Matt Etzmiller from Fort Worth, Texas, Steve McMacken from Greenville, Texas, and Logan Sherb from Decatur, Texas. And there waves that green flag. Up there on the front, going head-to-head for that first spot is Landon Thompson in that 70, and right alongside him in that 51 is going to be Jimmy Gardner. Following behind them, looking for that third spot in that Taco Casa car in the 76, Zane Lawrence in that 41. And we have Steve McMacken going head-to-head with Junior Jenkins in that 23. And coming up to turn one in that 17, we have Matt Etzmiller. Following behind him in the 18 is Logan Sherb. And there goes Landon Thompson in that 70 coming out of the fourth turn. And Zane Lawrence up here in that 76 Taco Casa car. Four laps down, 4 more laps to go for our Texas Sprint Series drivers. And there goes Steve McMacken in that 41M, taking off from the 23 of Junior Jenkins. And there waves that white flag up in front of Landon Thompson in that 70. And coming up to that Texas flag in that 70s, Landon Thompson, Zane Lawrence of the 76, Jimmy Gardner of the 51, Steve McMacken of the 41M, and Junior Jenkins of the 23. And that'll be your top 5 for heat number 2 for Texas Sprint Series. And rolling out for your heat number 3 in row number 1 is Jared Warhurst in the 7. On the outside lane is Chad Wilson in the 20. Looking at the second row, we have Colby Stubblefield in that 2X Taco Casa car. On the outside of Stubblefield in that 88R, we have Ryder LaPlante. Looking at the third row, we have Jeb Sessoms in the 01J. On the outside in that 32, we have Corby Sherb. And in that fourth row, we have Blake Backus in the 16. Jared Warhurst out of Joshua, Texas. Chad Wilson out of North Richardland Hills. Colby Stubblefield out of Seagoville, Texas. Ryder LaPlante out of Caleria, Oklahoma. Jeb Subbins out of Burleson, Texas. Corby Sherb out of Decatur, Texas. And Blake Backus out of Mesquite, Texas. Warhurst, Wilson, Stubblefield, LaPlante, Sessoms, Sherb, and Backus all out there for heat number 3. And there waves that green flag up there at the front. That 7's Jared Warhurst alongside Chad Wilson, who takes the lead up here coming out of turn number 4. And right behind him in that Taco Casa car is going to be Colby Stubblefield in that 2X. And coming up behind Stubblefield is Jeb Sessoms in that 01J. And right behind Sessoms in that 7 is going to be Jared Warhurst alongside Ryder LaPlante in that 88. And behind Ryder LaPlante in that 32 is Corby Sherb. And in that back straightaway coming out of turn 3 is Blake Backus in that 16. There goes Chad Wilson coming out of turn 4. Four laps down, 4 more to go for our Texas Sprint Series drivers. Chad Wilson, Colby Stubblefield, Jeb Simmons, Jared Warhurst, Ryder LaPlante, Corby Sherb, Blake Backus. 2 more laps to go for our Texas Sprint Series drivers out there. And on that back straightaway in the 7 is Jeb Simmons. And right beside him is Ryder LaPlante going head to head. 1 more lap for our drivers. And here comes Chad Wilson up to that Texas flag. Chad Wilson in the 20, Colby Stubblefield in the 2X, Jared Warhurst in the 7, Ryder LaPlante in that 88R, and Corby Sherb in the 32. And that'll be your top 5 for heat number 3 for Texas Sprint Series.
So once again on the speedway, we got Christania Nold, the lone trooper cruiser, in the building tonight. We're going to give her some hot laps, let her know that we appreciate her coming out. Once again, you can join this class relatively cheap for dirt track racing, as cheap as it can get. For about $2,500 to $3,000 for a race-ready trooper cruiser. Race here at Rocket Raceway Park, as well as Big O Speedway. Both tracks run a similar class. I believe they call them interceptors at Big O, but I believe it is the same exact class, as we do share the same drivers. So once again, we're trying to build up this class. It is a more economically friendly class for the average person to be able to get in and race for a moderately affordable cost. And get yourself onto Rocket Raceway Park and enjoy the racing action for yourself. You can find the rules for this class on the track website. That's rocketracewaypark.com. So the white flag going to wave. Once again, we're just giving some hot laps to Christania Nold, thanking her for coming out to Rocket Raceway Park tonight in her 911 machine. Unfortunately, being the lone trooper cruiser to make the haul out here to Rocket Raceway Park tonight, as she'll see the checkered flag this time. So on the speedway now will be heat race number 1 for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. On the pole out of Elk City, Oklahoma. That's going to be the 19 machine of Chris Golden to his outside out of 40 Texas, the 56 of Stephen Ashcraft. Eric Luttrell in 11, Robert Vetter in V8, Justin Vaughn in 2JT, Rowdy Day in the 20D, and Jonathan Sullivan in the 44S. Heat race number 1 for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. Good start from Ashcraft as Golden slips back to the 4th position. So it's Ashcraft, Luttrell, Vetter. Here comes Rowdy Day to the inside of Golden, and that will conclude your top 5 running cars at the end of lap number 1. So the running order remains the same as Ashcraft followed by Luttrell, as the battle for the third spot emerges between Vetter and Day. Also a battle for the fifth spot. Justin Vaughn on the inside of Chris Golden. Can't quite make the move this time, as your running order is going to remain the same, with Sullivan running in the 7th position. Here comes Rowdy Day looking to the inside of Robert Vetter through turns 3 and 4. He's going to try to throw a slider out of turn 4. He will have the spot at the line this time. So it's Ashcraft, Luttrell, Day, Vetter, and Golden, your top 5 cars halfway through USRA Limited Modified Heat Race number 1. Luttrell trying to work the bottom side of the speedway as Ashcraft works through the middle towards the top. Luttrell losing just too much momentum in turns 3 and 4 to make a run at the 56 thus far. Here comes the 20D of Rowdy Day, distancing himself from the V8 of Robert Vetter for the 3rd spot, as there's 2 laps to go this time for Ashcraft. Coming out of turn 4, going to see the white flag this time. It's the 56 of Stephen Ashcraft, still followed by the 11 of Eric Luttrell. Rowdy Day in the 20D is closing, but he's going to run out of time. 4th spot still held by the V8 of Robert Vetter, and Chris Golden still running in the 5th and final top 5 position. Checkered flag going to wave this time. Stephen Ashcraft in 56, followed by Eric Luttrell in the 11. Rowdy Day is the 20D. He finishes 3rd. Robert Vetter finishing in the 4th position in V8. Chris Golden in the 19, 5th. Justin Vaughn in the 2JT finishes 6th. And the 44S of Jonathan Sullivan going to round out your field, finishing 7th in Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified Heat Race number 1. So heat race number 2 for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified is going to line up like this. On the pole in the Heartline machine, Mudbones number 49. That's Shannon Heartline. To his outside, the IRP race cars number 43B. That's Billy Brierton. 2 hot shoes on the front row of this one. On the inside of row number 2 out of Frankston, Texas, it's going to be the 79 machine, sponsored by Glass Services and Eagle Steel. That's the 79 of Tyler Parker. To his outside, the 01X, the Nortex Remodeling Triple C Diesel number 01X. That's Tough Forester. On the inside of row number 3, that's Donald Fetty out of Greenville, Texas. To his outside is going to be the 8 of James Wilson. And the last starting car of this heat race, the 2021 USRA Tuner National Champion, it's David Thompson. We are green for heat race number 2 for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. Brierton going to get a good jump on the start. Going to work to the outside of Heartline as Forrester takes the 3rd spot from Parker for now. The 8 car of Wilson rounding out your top 5 at the conclusion of lap number 1. Here comes Heartline back to the inside of Brierton. 47, the 49, and the 43B going to go at it, and Heartline's going to take the advantage back down the back straightaway. So Shannon Heartline will lead lap number 2, still followed by the 43B of Billy Brierton. The 01X is Tough Forester. Tyler Parker in the 79 going to diamond turn number 1 and 2. Try to get a run to the inside of Tough down the back straightaway. Can't quite make it happen just yet. And James Wilson rounds out your top 5. Donald Fetty runs 6th, and David Thompson runs in the 7th position. Here comes Forster looking to the inside of Brierton. Can't quite make it happen yet as the 49 of Heartline extends his advantage. Here comes Forster to the inside once again, as the 79 of Parker going to go too high in turns 3 and 4 that time. The 8 machine of Wilson going to take his spot as Brierton breaks. 43B going to head to the pits, as that will give the 8 machine of Wilson the 3rd position. Parker is now 4th, and Fetty rounding out your top 5 as the 49 machine of Heartline has checked out from the rest of the field. So it's Heartline, Forrester, Wilson, Parker, and Fetty, your top 5, with the 2021 USRA Tuner National Champion, David Thompson, rounding out your field in the 6th position. Coming through turns 3 and 4, going to see the white flag this time. One more trip around for heat race number 2 for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds for the Mudbones, number 49 of Shannon Hartline. Problems for Forrester as he sails high coming out of turn 2. Wilson going to take the second spot. Parker takes third. Forrester going to drive back to the inside as Hartline wins it. Coming out of turn 4, it's going to be Wilson second. Parker is third. Forrester fourth. And Fetty rounding out your top 5. David Thompson rounds out the field in the 6th position in the number 6 car. So, Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified Heat Race number 3 is going to line up like this. On the pole in the bar 5 construction, bar 5, that's going to be Jeremy Sheen. To his outside out of Seagoville, Texas, the 99H is Ricky Haney. On the inside of row number 2, the bodies by Tough R43, that's Kevin Forrester. To his outside, Chad Ross in 177. To the inside of row number 3, that's going to be Joe Findling. In the 76, to his outside, Wyatt Payne, and rounding out the field, Dustin Nation in the 28 machine. Contact from Skeen and Haney on the original start. They're 3 wide for the 4th position between Findling, Forrester, and the 13 of Payne. As we got cars all over the place at the beginning of heat race number 3 for the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. Haney leads, followed by Ross. Skeen has the 3rd spot as they're side by side for the 4th spot. 2 wide between Findling and Payne for the 4th position. Findling going to get the edge as Haney continues to lead. But here comes Ross in the 177. He's going to throw it to the high side, diamond off the turn, and look to the inside down the back straightaway. 177 of Chad Ross got a run down the back straightaway, and Haney's going to push entering on turn number 3. Here comes Ross to the inside. Haney's got the outside momentum, and he'll maintain the race lead for now. Skeen continues to run in the 3rd spot. Findling gets a bit loose that time, but he will maintain his position in the 4th position. And here comes Chad Ross once again trying to find a way around the 99H of Haney. Haney, Ross, Skeen, Findling, and Payne, your top 5. Forrester runs 6th. And Nation rounds out the field as Forrester breaks in the R143. Kevin Forrester going to pull off the speedway in the General Lee R143 machine. And here comes the 177. Once again, Ross going to diamond off the top of turns 1 and 2, trying to get the momentum down the back straightaway. As here comes Findling to the inside of Skeen, trying to make a battle for the 3rd spot as well, as we got 2 laps to go in there side by side. Ross to the inside of Haney. Haney running through the middle. Ross on the bottom. Can't quite make a move just yet. He's got a lap and a half to figure it out. Can the 177 of Chad Ross figure it out? Haney's going to push. Haney on the top, Ross on the bottom. White flag this time. One more trip around for the 99H. Haney runs through the middle, as does Ross. He's going to close down to the back bumper. Down the back straightaway. Haney going to extend just a bit. Once again, Haney going to push. Once again, here comes Ross to the inside. 177 on the outside as Ricky Haney in the 99H going to hold off. Chad Ross in 177 finishes 2nd. The bar 5 of Jeremy Skeen rounds out the top 3. The 76 of Joe Findling will finish in the 4th position. And Wyatt Payne in 13P rounds out the top 5 for heat race number 3 for the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. Race fans, once again, be sure to visit the TSS tent down behind the flag stand, as well as the Rocket Raceway tent. We are running low on Rocket Raceway shirts, so if you want a Rocket Raceway Park shirt, make sure to go down there and get one now. So heat race number 1 for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. On the pole out of Blossom, Texas, that's Kyle Blanton in 4B. To his outside, Jesse James Freeland in the 24. Inside of row 2, the 75 of Chad Ince. To his outside, the 87D of Aaron Davis. Mike Marshuk, Tristan McCullough, Alan Screws, and Mark Ross. 8 cars for heat race number 1 for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks, and we are green. James Freeland going to take the early race lead in his 24 machine. He's going to sail high. Here comes Blanton to the inside, followed by Ince, McCullough, and Marshuk, your top 5 after lap number 1. Contact. 3 wide momentarily as the 4B of Blanton gets loose as he is falling quickly in the 4B machine. They are 4 wide for the 5th position. Running out of space. Alan Screws going to be the unfortunate benefactor of that situation as the battle for the lead intensifies. Chad Ince going to take it down the back straightaway away from Jesse Freeland. And here comes the 3M of Tristan McCullough looking to the inside of Ince as Marshuk takes the 3rd spot away from Freeland. Aaron Davis now into the top 5 in his 87D machine as Alan Screws trying to catch up to the field in the 14. Unfortunately, being the one that just ran out of room from that 4-wide battle as Blanton and Ross collide in turn number 3. 77R and the 4B both go around as we got a side-by-side battle for the lead down the back straightaway. Ince and McCullough going at it, but here comes Marshuk. If those two continue to battle, the 45M may be able to catch them and get him a 2-for-1 special here for heat race number 1 of the USRA factory stocks. McCullough on the inside, Ince is on the outside. Marshuk continues to edge closer in his 45M machine. McCullough going to throw a slider on Ince, and it's going to give him the bumper. As we see 2 laps to go this time, McCullough now has the lead. McCullough going to push just a bit out of turn 2, but he's going to maintain his momentum through the middle. As this time he'll see the white flag. McCullough, Ince, and Marshuk have broken away from the field. Freeland runs in the 4th spot, followed by Davis. And Screws continues to run in the 6th position. Blanton and Ross round out your field. Entering turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming out of turn number 4, taking heat race number 1, it's the 3M of Tristan McCullough. Chad Ince finishes 2nd. Mike Marshuk is 3rd. The 24 of Jesse James Freeland, 4th. And at the line, taking the 5th and final top 5 position, I should say, is the 14 of Alan Screws, rebounding after the 4-wide situation in turn number 3. Aaron Davis finishing in the 6th position. Kyle Blanton 7th, and Mark Ross, finishing in the 8th position. So heat race number 2 going to line up like this. On the pole, in the BL Transport, the anointed chair, number 7N, that's Nakia Norris to his outside. Out of Seagoville, Texas, the 72 machine, the Century 21 BB's Burgers, number 72, that's Jeremiah Hopper. On the inside of row number 2, the R&D Sons Paint and Body, number B21, that's Bryce Pritchett to his outside. The 80 machine, sponsored by Jeremy Henry Construction, that is Bud Brill. On the inside of row number 3, the Muirhead Motorsports, number 99J, that is John Armstrong to his outside. In the Paris Family Physicians, number 28, that's James Proctor. On the inside of row number 4, out of Powderly, Texas, that's the 7K. In the UT Town Auto Amsoil, number 7K, that's Billy White. And to his outside, winner here last weekend, that's the 38D of Dion Redmond. In the North Star Iron Bull Neighbors Racing Engines, number 38D. We are green for heat race number 2 of the USRA factory stocks as Bryce Pritchett going to take an early race lead as Redmond quickly works his way from the 8th starting position. He's already got 4th down the back straightaway. Battle emerging between Brill, Norris, and Redmond for the 2nd spot. That is not Brill. That is the 72 machine of Hopper. As they're 3 wide momentarily, they're going to run out of space there. 3 wide with Norris on the outside, Hopper on the inside, and Redmond's going to get a 2-for-1 and go from 4th to 2nd in 1 turn. But Pritchett may be too far out as your current running order is Pritchett, Redmond, Hopper, Proctor, and Brill, your top 5 cars right now. '99J of Armstrong applying pressure for the 5th spot. Looking to the inside of the 80 of Brill down the back straightaway as we're halfway down this time. So it's Pritchett, Redmond, Hopper, Proctor, and Armstrong, your top 5. Proctor going to look to the inside of Hopper down the back straightaway. Hopper's going to sail high coming out of turn 4. Proctor's going to have the 4th spot. Here comes Armstrong. Contact between the 99J and the 72, which leads to contact from the 99J and the 7K. And Billy White may have got the worst of that. When 2 other cars collided, he had nowhere to go, just a victim of bad circumstances there. So the 72 of Jeremiah Hopper going to pull to the infield. Smoke pouring out of the 72 machine. So it does appear that the 7K of Billy White going to need assistance off of the speedway. Unfortunate chain of events there as the 72 machine sailed high coming out of turn 4. The 99J tried to slide in front of him. And contact between those two sent the 99J sideways right into the side of the 7K of White. So Hopper and White going to have to be removed from this heat race. Neither car able to continue. And we'll have 5 cars remaining for USRA Factory Stock Heat Race number 2. Sponsored by Byline Surveying. So your current running order, the B21 of Bryce Pritchett has the lead, followed by the 38D of Dion Redmond. James Proctor runs 3rd in his 28 machine. The 4th place position is currently held by the 99J of John Armstrong, and rounding out the top 5, that's the 7N of Nakia Norris. So 5 laps down, 3 laps to go for heat race number 2 for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. Pritchett going to lead us back to the green flag in the B21 machine. Pritchett going to get out to a good advantage down the back straightaway in the B21, followed by the 38 of Redmond. As Proctor continues to run in the 3rd spot, smoke pouring out of the 99J of Armstrong as we got 2 laps to go this time. Running order remains the same. White flag will wave this time for the B21 of Bryce Pritchett. As smoke continues to pour out of the 99J of John Armstrong. Not sure how long that car will hold on, but he's only got to complete one more circuit. As entering turns 3 and 4 for the final time, taking heat race number 2, the B21, Bryce Pritchett followed by Dion Redmond finishing in the second spot. James Proctor rounds out your top three. The fourth spot will go to the 99J of John Armstrong, and rounding out the top five, Nakia Norris in the 7N machine. On the speedway now, heat race number 3 for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. On the pole is scheduled to be the 76 machine of Richard Sawyer. He had problems in hot laps. Looks like he's not going to make it out. That'll put the 05 of Brian McHenry on the pole. McHenry sponsored by Parks Recycling. To his outside will be the 118 of Matt Conger. Conger sponsored by Metro Diner. On the inside of row number 2 is going to be Brad Ford in the 47F. Ford is sponsored by Lights for Darlene. That's his Christmas light show he puts on every year. And to his outside is going to be the 69X of Jeremy Fodge. Fodge sponsored by Uptown Auto Sales and Neighbors Racing Engines. To the inside of row number 3, winner at the Texarkana 67 Speedway last night. That's going to be the 5V in the Atomic Race Cars. Number 5V, that's Michael Smith. To his outside is going to be the 77S of Robert Stevenson. And rounding out the field, the 2H of Marty Hicks, sponsored by Hicks Muffler and Tire and TRC. So this is heat race number 3 for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. And we are going to go to green, led by the 118 of Conger and the 05 of McHenry. Here we go. They're going to be 4 wide, exiting turn number 4, running out of space. Ford and Conger are going to collide as Fodge takes the second spot. Smith now into the third position as the 05 of McHenry takes the early race lead. So McHenry, Fodge, Smith, Ford, and now a 3-wide battle. The 18 of Conger going to get the edge on that one as a near collision between the 77S and the 2H forced both cars to slam on their brakes. Fodge going to lose some ground now as the 5V of Smith takes the second spot. Ford will have the third position. So it's McHenry, Smith, Ford, Fodge, and Hicks, your top 5 running cars, followed by Conger and Stevenson, rounding out your field. 5V of Smith starting to make up some ground on the 05 of McHenry. As we have 3 laps down, about to see halfway this time, the 05 machine and the Autism Awareness 05, that is Brian McHenry. Marty Hicks going to take away the 4th spot from Jeremy Fodge. So your current running order is now McHenry, Smith, Ford, Hicks, and Fodge, your top 5. Ford going to sail high in turns 1 and 2, allow the 2H of Hicks to close in on him as there's 2 laps to go this time for McHenry. Smith is gaining, but he's running out of time. 2 circuits to make something happen for the 5V. The 2H, nevertheless, is on the back bumper of the 47F for the 3rd spot. Can Marty Hicks pull a move on Ford for the 3rd spot? White flag waves for McHenry. Brad Ford and Marty Hicks going to go side by side on the final lap. Entering into turn number 1, they're side by side for the 3rd position. McHenry's going to win it. Smith will be 2nd. 3rd place is between Hicks and Ford as Fodge breaks down the back straightaway. Hicks going to take the 3rd spot at the line. Ford finishes 4th. And the 5th position will go to Stevenson as Fodge goes up in smoke on the final lap of heat race number 3. 118 of Conger going to finish in the 6th position, and Fodge will be scored with the 7th place finishing position. Race fans, let's give a hand to our track crew for that quick response there to put out the fire of the 69X. Tough break for Jeremy Fodge there, but thankfully we have adequate and responsive emergency services here to deal with that situation before it could become much worse. So once again, I'd like to give a shout out to the safety workers here at Rocket Raceway Park. So now entering the speedway will be heat race number 4 for the USRA factory stocks. That's the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. On the pole out of Wills Point, Texas, is going to be the 98 machine of Chris Davis. To his outside out of 7 Point, Texas, is going to be the 197 of Gary Peanut Finch. To the inside of row number 2, the 31 machine, sponsored by Martin's Roofing and Martin's Marina Construction. That's the 31 of Tim Hardman. To his outside, the 55 out of Pittsburgh, Texas, that's Chucky Beckham. On the inside of row number 3, and the 26B, the Scott Decker 79 Graphics BB's Burgers, number 26G, that's Bobby Glover. To his outside is scheduled to be the 13X of Austin Hale. Hale sponsored by 3D Motorsports and Henry's Glide. Doesn't look like he's going to make the call after losing a drive shaft in hot laps. The final row will be the 81 of Jason Beckham out of Pittsburgh, Texas, and to his outside out of Mabank, Texas, the 72B. That's Ben Brand. So we called for 8, we got 7, and we're going to go green for heat race number 4 for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. Davis going to get a good start over Finch, as Hardman runs 3rd and Glover 4th, as we have a battle for the 5th spot emerging between the 81 and the 55. The 81 is going to take the early advantage there, and that's going to put Jason Beckham into the top 5 for now. So Davis, Finch, Hardman, Glover, and Beckham, your top 5 cars, followed by the 72 of Brand and the 55 of Beckham. Brand going to take the 5th spot down the back straightaway, as Glover sails way high off the berm of turns number 3 and 4, excuse me. Gonna come back onto the racing surface. Looks like there may be a problem with the 26G machine. He's gonna pull to the infield, dismissing himself from this heat race, as Chris Davis in the 98 continues to lead. So now your running order is Davis, Finch, Hardman, Brand, and Beckham, and the caution flag is going to wave for the 26G of Glover. Unfortunately, he was not able to exit the speedway at a safe enough distance, so we're going to have to throw the caution flag and get him away from the racing surface for safety purposes. So the caution flag will wave for heat race number 4 for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. So we're going to assist the 26G of Bobby Glover away from the speedway. Broke down in that 26G machine, was not able to get away from the speedway at a safe enough distance, so we're going to have to get him away from the speedway for his safety and the safety of the remaining running cars. Race fans, don't forget to visit the Rocket Raceway Park concession stand. Get one of those famous Rocket Burgers everyone's been talking about down there with double cheese. Undoubtedly the best dirt track burger I've ever tasted. So be sure to go down there and get yourself a Rocket Burger. As lights are out, we're going to go back to green with Davis in the lead, followed by Finch and Hardman. So the running order going to remain the same as Davis edges back out to the lead, followed by Finch, Hardman, the 72 machine of Brand. And rounding out the top 5 right now is the 81 as he's going to sail straight into the turn number 4 wall. Looks as if the 81 machine lost steering there as he just headed straight out of turn number 3, straight into the front straightaway wall down in turn number 4. Race fans, the driver of the 81 machine, Jason Beckham, is okay down in turns number 4. Scary incident there for the 81. Looked as if he had lost steering. Went straight out of the turn 3, straight into the front straightaway wall down there in turn 4. But the driver of the 81 machine is okay. Well, race fans, we hope you're enjoying round 12 of the KR Cup here at Rocket Raceway Park. Next weekend will be round 13, featuring the Rocket Challenge of the USRA Modifieds. And 2 weeks from tonight, the Short Track Super Series Ollie's Bargain Outlet Cajun Region Northeast Style Big Block Modifieds will be here at Rocket Raceway Park. I am the series announcer for that traveling series. We are expecting around 20 big block modifieds here in 2 weeks. Looking to put on a show for you race fans here at Rocket Raceway Park in the inaugural visit of the Short Track Super Series Ollie's Bargain Outlet Cajun Region to the Rocket Raceway Park. My name is Colin Bell. I'm enjoying my time here at Rocket Raceway Park. This is my second visit here. I will be back with my series, the Short Track Super Series, here in 2 weeks. But for the meantime, I have enjoyed coming to work here for Kevin Rogers and Kevin Sesterd. Thank you for giving me the opportunity here to be behind the mic. If you have any feedback for me, positive or negative, I welcome it all. You can find me at Colin Bell-Dirt Track Announcer on Facebook. If you want a shout out, if you're watching from all over the country on Race On Texas, message me. I'll try to get you a shout out sometime within the racing action here tonight. Or if you just have feedback for me, once again, I welcome it all. I will consider it. And if it is good, I'll apply it. If not, I'll keep doing my thing. But anyway, once again, appreciate all of you race fans here at Rocket Raceway Park and everyone watching on RaceOnTexas.com as we have assisted the 81 machine to the infield. Jason Beckham out of Pittsburgh, Texas, now resting in the infield. We have 4 cars remaining for heat race number 4, the Byline Surveying USA Factory Stock. So the 98 machine of Chris Davis still got the lead. Gary Finch going to choose the outside for this restart. That's going to send Tim Hartman to the inside. Ben Brand in 72B going to tag the tail as we got 4 cars to finish out the duration of USRA Factory Stock Heat Race number 4. And we're back underway. Davis going to get a good start as Hartman and Finch are side by side down the front straightaway. Finch on the outside, Hartman on the inside. Finch going to get the edge coming out of turn number 2. Brand hanging there in the 72 machine as they go single file down the back straightaway, with Davis distancing himself from the 2nd through 4th positions. So Chris Davis out front in the 98 machine. Gary Finch runs in 2nd in his 197. 3rd place is the 31 of Tim Hartman. And rounding out the top 4 right now, the 72, that's Ben Brand. White flag this time for Chris Davis in the 98 machine. Single file all around the speedway. It's Davis, Finch, Hartman, and Brand. Your top 4 looks as if they will finish in that order as Davis takes the checkered flag. He will win it. Finch is 2nd, Hartman's 3rd, and Brand rounds out the top 4 for Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock Heat Race number 4. It is now time for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Modified A Main. 20 laps for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods. On the pole out of Denison, Texas, that's going to be the 81T. In the Williams Trucking, Paul Peters Motorsports IRP Race Cars, number 81T of Sean Williams. To his outside, out of Picton, Texas, excuse me, that's the 14C. That is going to be Jonathan Cameron. On the inside of row number 2, the Mac Tools by Bradley 1-3 Design IRP Race Cars, number C88. That's Carson Bradley. To his outside, the Sulphur Bluff Texan, number 14. That's Jacob Watts in the Merckx Racing Engines BRT Power Glides, number 14 machine. Starting from the 5th position after winning heat race number 1, the Juba Pizza Bar, the Bird's Nest, number 168. That's Brian Hopkins. To his outside, Joe Loftus in the 88 JC. The 5 is Scott Hill. 24B, Aaron Booth. 5 of Aaron Barnes. Paul Clark in 15K. Morgan McGarry in 94. Tony Ross, 77R. Ellie Jackson, J7J, excuse me. Hunter Howard in the 48H. Dustin Fodge in 33D. And Terry McGarry in the 36. Green flag waves in the 81T of Williams, not going to fire. Problems for the 81T of Sean Williams. Here comes Bradley looking to the inside for the 3rd position. Contact between Bradley and Loftus as Watts has the early race lead, followed by Cameron, Loftus, Bradley, and Hopkins, your top 5 cars at the moment. So tough break for the pole sitter. The 81T of Sean Williams won here 2 weekends ago. Caution flag going to wave for the 48H of Hunter. That's Hunter Howard in the 48H machine. He's going to bring out the caution in turn number 4 after contact with the 94 machine. That's the 94 of Morgan McGarry. McGarry going to be charged with that caution for getting into the 48H machine of Howard. So we got 2 laps down, 18 laps to go for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mod A main. As the early race leader is the 14 machine of Jacob Watts, followed by the 14C of Jonathan Cameron. The 88J3, that's Joe Loftus. Carson Bradley in C88 is 4th, and rounding out the top 5 at the moment, the 168 of Brian Hopkins. So the 14C of Cam are going to choose the outside of row number 2 for this restart. So it's Watts, Cameron, Loftus, Bradley, and Hopkins, your top 5, followed by Booth, Ross, Barnes, Clark, and McGarry. Actually, Howard going to round out your top 10 as McGarry has been sent to the rear for that caution. So lights are out, 2 laps down, 18 laps to go for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mod A feature. As Watts brings us back to green in the 14 machine. Good restart from Loftus in the 88J3 as he's going to take the second spot away from Jonathan Cameron. Side by side down the back straightaway. Hopkins looking to the inside of Cameron, going to try to take away the third spot. Hopkins going to get loose, as does Ross, collects Booth, and we got a 3-car tangle in turn number 4. Caution flag waves as the 168 of Hopkins going to get loose right in front of the 77R of Ross, who spun to avoid Hopkins. And Booth had nowhere to go, ended up sandwiched right between the two. And we ended up with a 3-car pileup in turn number 4. So we did not complete a lap on that restart, so we're going to reset it. Still 2 laps down, 18 to go. So lights are out. We're going to go back to green. Once again, we got 18 laps to go for the 14 machine of Jacob Watts. Jonathan Cameron going to get a second shot at restarting from the second spot as the 77R of Tony Ross going to rejoin the field from the hot pit. Loftus back to the third position for this restart, and we're going to go green once again off the right foot of the 14 of Jacob Watts. Carson Bradley looking to the inside of the 14C of Cameron. He's going to push way high, and they're going to be 3 wide down the back straightaway between Booth, Bradley, and the 15K as Cameron gets loose right in front of all of them. He's going to take a detour through the infield. Caution flag going to wave. That's Hopkins, Ross, the 94 machine of McGarry, and the 7J. That's the 7J of Jackson, also involved in that caution. Excuse me. So looks like Hopkins and McGarry going to find a resting place in the infield. Tough break for the 168 who was running in the top 3 at one point in this A main. As we do have 3 laps down now, we'll have 17 laps to go for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods. Going to go to a single file restart now. Try to get some laps in for these Eco Mods. So it's going to be Watts, Loftus, Bradley, Booth, and Cameron, your top 5 cars. Followed by Barnes, Howard, McGarry, Ross, and the 7 of Jackson. So far, the Marks Racing Engines, BRP Power Glides, Andrews Construction, number 14 of Jacob Watts, has been in control of the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mod A feature so far, as we have 3 laps down and 17 laps to go. I'd like to give a special shout out to Whitaker's Towing for providing that red wrecker down there in the infield, the official towing company of Rocket Raceway Park. Once again, race fans, make sure to visit the concession stand down below the grandstands. Get you a nice Pepsi or a Rocket Burger with double cheese. As we have 17 laps to go for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mod A feature. So lights are out. We're going to have 3 laps down, 17 laps to go for the 14 of Jacob Watts. So the 14 of Watts going to lead us back to the green flag. As Loftus going to follow him in his tire tracks in the 88 J3. C88 of Carson Bradley running in the third position. Watts sails high. Loftus going to try through the middle. Can't quite pull off anything just yet. Loftus working a lower line than the 14 of Watts. But Watts still maintaining his advantage. He's going to sail just a bit high. Here comes Loftus to the inside. Coming out of turn 4. Loftus going to have the lead at the line this time. Loftus and Watts going to go at it, followed by Bradley, Booth, and Cameron, your top 5 cars. As Watts going to get the lead back down the back straightaway, and he's going to push once again. Here comes Loftus. Watts will lead lap number 6. In the 14 machine, he's going to go back to the top side, the 88J3, back to his inside. Contact made between Watts and Loftus as they're racing hard for the race lead. 2 orange cars side by side. Watts continues to lead. The Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco-Mods putting on a show here at Rocket Raceway Park. Watts continues to lead, followed by Loftus. Bradley still has a 3rd spot. Booth is 4th, and Cameron rounding out your top 5 as Tony Ross has worked his way up to the 6th spot after his mishap while leading the heat race earlier today. Watts quickly approaching the lap traffic of Ellie Jackson. Squeezed to the outside of the 7J, and he will maintain his lead and perhaps extend it as he will down the back straightaway. Big push from the C88 of Bradley as he's going to stop right in the middle of the back straightaway. Luckily, all cars able to avoid the C88 of Bradley, who stopped abruptly down the back straightaway, caution flag waving. So a great battle for the lead there. Going to be halted by the tough luck for the C88 of Carson Bradley. Youngster out of Hallsville, Texas. I believe he's only 14 or 15 years old, that driver. And he's going to have a tough break while running 3rd, go to the infield. And that will give the 3rd position to the 24B of Aaron Booth and the Bar 5 Construction Dairy Queen machine. So your running order is now Watts, Loftus, Booth, Cameron, and Tony Ross has worked his way into the top 5 in his 77R machine. Going to continue with the single file restarts due to the amount of caution so far for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco-Mods. We got 9 laps down, 11 laps to go. Setting up for a great finish between Watts and Loftus thus far. Back underway, Watts going to power to the early lead. Loftus working a lower line still, trying to work through the middle of the speedway. And now Watts works the bottom, trying to counteract that push he's got in the right front of his 14 machine. Halfway down this time, as here comes Tony Ross looking to the inside of Cameron for the 4th spot. Down the back straightaway, he's going to head of the 14C. Can Tony Ross pull it off from the rear of the field? Going to get loose and give that position back to the 14C of Jonathan Cameron. Now he'll look back to his inside in turns 1 and 2. He'll have it down the back straightaway. The 14 of Watts continues to lead, followed by the 88J3 of Loftus. Contact between Cameron and I believe that's the 48H of Howard. That's the 15K also spinning around. That's the 15K of Clark. The 14C of Jonathan Cameron going to pull to the infield as there appear to be some flames underneath the car over in turn number 4. Looks like those have gone out. Can't quite see who that car is, but I believe it's the 48H of Hunter Howard. So the caution flag going to wave for contact between the 14C of Jonathan Cameron and the 48H of Hunter Howard. As we have 11 laps down, 9 laps to go for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mod A feature. After the conclusion of this feature, we will run the USRA stock car feature, then 2 factory stock B mains, and then it will be time for the Texas Sprint Series A main. Due to the amount of cautions in this race, we are going to reduce the laps to a 15-lap race, so we're going to have 4 laps to go now for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods. Once again, cutting this race to 15 laps in duration due to the amount of caution flags. So lights are out. Keep your eyes on that 77R machine of Tony Ross. He started in the 12th position, has worked his way up to 4th. That's where Green with 4 laps to go for the 14 of Watts. Watts and Loftus going to run identical lines, but Watts pushes. Here comes Loftus, going to try to get a run down the back straightaway. As Booth holds the 3rd spot over Ross. And Howard has the 5th spot, rounding out the top 5. Here comes Loftus looking to the inside of Watts. Can't quite pull off the move yet, but he's still there. Ross going to get to the back bumper of Booth as the 48H of Howard takes a detour. 2 laps to go this time. Got a thriller setting up between Watts and Loftus. Pair of orange and white cars, the 14 leads, followed by the 88 J3. 1 lap to go. Watts on the inside. Here comes Loftus. White flag this time. Watts goes high. Loftus through the middle. Watts going to power off the outside. Runs a perfect 1 and 2 as Ross takes the 3rd spot from Booth. In the final turn, he's going to push. Can Loftus get there? He doesn't have enough. The 14 of Jacob Watts wins the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mod A feature. Joe Loftus is 2nd. 77R of Tony Ross comes home 3rd. Finishing in the 4th position is going to be the 24B of Aaron Booth. And rounding out the top 5 at the line, the 5 machine of Aaron Barnes. So he's going to collect the checkered flag for his victory lap. Let him hear you, race fans. It's the 14 of Jacob Watts, holding off a hard-charging number 88 J3 of Joe Loftus. Once again, race fans, a great race between Joe Loftus and Jacob Watts. Got to applaud both these guys for racing each other clean. Loftus was there, easily could have moved the 14 of Watts, but decided to go for it the right way. And Watts held him off in the 14 machine. We're going to throw things down to Kevin Rogers for the victory lane interview for the winner of the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods, number 14 of Jacob Watts.
Comes out of this car, folks. Let's make some noise down here in ballistictrailersales.com. Victory lane for round 12, KR Cup, Buckmeyer Motorsports Eagle Mod feature winner, Mr. Jacob Watts. Jacob, let me give you that sticker there. You earned that one, dog. Come on around here, we'll get a quick word with you, take a few photos. And I was watching on my race pass, watching live on the app there. Lap 11 was your fastest lap. You turned a 15.96. Could you tell the car was getting better the longer runs you could get?
Actually, it got tight towards the end, and I think it's because my tires glazed over from all those cautions. It started driving pretty tight there at the end, but I managed to pull it off.
I know it takes a small army week in, week out. We've talked about you. We talked to you down here in ballistictrailersales.com, Victory Lane, but for the fans in the stands and all the ones watching on Race on Texas at home tonight, who helps you out every week?
First and foremost, a good friend of ours, Brian Orr. We wouldn't be here without him. Mark Taylor is the power plant, and got friends and family, my mom and dad that support me, and y'all fans that we put on a show for.
Folks, you're also looking at your current Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mod KR Cup points leader, so let's give him a big round of applause for tonight's feature winner, Mr. Jacob Watts. Colin, before I turn it back upstairs to you, for all those that watch social media and stuff, Kane Buckmeyer has been an integral part of our Eco Mod division and Eco Mods and all DFW. Him and his wife are going through a few things right now, so make sure you keep Kane and Natalie Buckmeyer in your thoughts and prayers. The good Lord above is going to answer them and take care of them. So, Kane, if you're watching that, buddy, we love you. Take care, Mama, and we'll be doing anything we can for you. Colin, back up to you, bud.
All right, race fans, it's time for the Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Car A main. It's going to line up like this. On the pole out of Caddo Mills, Texas, that's going to be the 2R of Michael Risky. To his outside, the B21 out of Crandall, Texas, that's going to be Bryce Pritchett. On the inside of row number 2, out of Medill, Oklahoma, that's Jerry Edwards in the 5. To his outside out of Pittsburgh, Texas, J.J. Tarver in the 1 machine. On the inside of row number 3, out of Sulphur Springs, Texas, that's going to be the 86C of Cody Klein. To his outside out of Paris, Texas, the 14A of Ryan Freeland. And on the inside of the final row, out of Pattonville, Texas, the 13 of John Winters. And to his outside, out of Combine, Texas, it's the 22D of Dwayne Pritchett. So we're going to go 15 laps for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. If you weren't here 2 weekends ago for the Twin 20s presented by Stealth, had 36 stock cars in the building, in the house here at Rocket Raceway Park. Had a great showing for twin features. First feature was won by Peyton Taylor out of Arkansas, and the second feature went to Derek Brown out of Missouri. Had stock car racers from all over the country racing here, and they put on a show. So even though we still have 8 cars here tonight, they're going to put on a show for you race fans here in the Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Car A feature. Risky and Pritchett going to go side by side into turn 1. Pritchett going to get the advantage coming down the back straightaway. Pritchett and Risky going to distance themselves from the field as Klein collides with the 5 of Edwards, battling for the 3rd spot. Dwayne Pritchett going to get some momentum going on the top side in the D22. Looks to split Edwards and Klein down the back straightaway. Can't quite pull it off yet. Now I'll look to the inside of Klein. Gets a bit loose. He'll have to make that move down in turn number 1. And he will. He's going to slide up in front. Slide job in a stock car. Dwayne Pritchett going to take the 3rd spot. So Pritchett, Risky, Pritchett, Winters and Klein, your top 5 cars now. As Edwards, Freeland, and Tarver are reduced to the last 3 running positions. So Bryce Pritchett, clearly the fastest car on the track right now, as he is running 16.6 second laps Closest to him is a 16.9 from Michael Risky. 16.5 that time around for Bryce Pritchett as the B21 continues to extend his advantage. He's going to have to negotiate the 5 car. Jerry Edwards going to pull back onto the speedway as he smokes in his number 5 machine. Slowly creeping back onto the speedway, creating a dangerous situation. Caution flag is going to have to be thrown. So caution flag waving for the 5 of Jerry Edwards. He will go to the tail as we have 6 laps complete of 15. We're going to have 9 laps to go here in the USRA Stock Car A main. As Bryce Pritchett in B21 seems to have the fastest car by far so far. But Dwayne Pritchett on the outside of row number 2 started from the 8th position, quickly worked his way into the top 3. We'll see what he can do now that he has reduced the gap thanks to that caution flag. So Pritchett, Risky, and Pritchett, your top 3, followed by Winters and Klein. We're going back to the green for 9 more laps. Here comes Dwayne Pritchett looking to the outside of Michael Risky. Try to get a run down the back straightaway. Can't quite get it yet. Risky's got to slide up. Here comes Dwayne to his inside. Can't pull off the move just yet, but Risky knows he's there. Bryce Pritchett setting sail on the 2 competitors battling for the 2nd spot. That's the 2R of Michael Risky and the 22D of Dwayne Pritchett. As John Winters in 13 tries to join that battle. Cody Klein holds the 5th spot in the 86C. So Pritchett continues to lead. Running order stays the same. And here comes Dwayne Pritchett, going to apply more pressure to the 2R of Michael Risky. Risky sails high. Here comes Pritchett. Looking to the inside once again. 5 laps to go this time for Bryce. Dwayne working every lane he can trying to work his way around the 2R of Michael Risky and make it a Pritchett 1-2 finish tonight here at Rocket Raceway Park. 4 laps to go this time. Bryce Pritchett continues to lead. He's going to have to negotiate the 5 of Jerry Edwards, the slower car right in front of him. He'll go to the outside, get around just fine. The 5 car of Edwards may impact the race for 2nd, though. As Risky goes to his inside. Here comes Pritchett to his inside, going to collide door-to-door with the 5 machine. And he'll lose a ton of ground as Risky now holds the 2nd spot at a safe distance from the 22D of Pritchett. Bryce Pritchett going to get around the number 1 of JJ Tarver and extend his advantage even further over the 2R of Michael Risky. Coming out of turn 4, he'll see the white flag this time. 1 more lap for the B21 of Bryce Pritchett. Pritchett, Risky, Pritchett, Winters, and Klein are top 5. It looks as if it will stay that way coming out of turn 4. Bryce Pritchett in B21 wins the USRA Stock Cars at Rocket Raceway Park. Michael Risky is 2nd. Dwayne Pritchett in 22D 3rd. John Winters in the 13 is 4th. And Cody Klein in 86C rounds out the top 5. 14A of Rylan Freeland going to finish in the 6th position. 7th will be the 1 of JJ Tarver, and rounding out the field, the 5 of Jerry Edwards.
Okay. There we go. Back down to Ballistic Trailer Sales .com. Victory Lane. Tonight's Douglas Distributing US Race Stock Car feature winner, Mr. Bryce Pritchett. Bryce, I was just kind of joking with you when we got out of this car, though. You kind of had a love-hate relationship with this thing. It seems like you're either down here talking to me after the feature, or you make about 2 laps and it's on the trailer, man. Tell me how your season's been in the stock car division.
It's a roller coaster for sure. Man, we've been playing with stuff and trying different things, and then Lady Luck got after me for a while, and we tore up a bunch of stuff, and finally feels good to be back down here.
I'll be saying, it looked like it was rolling pretty good. Obviously, starting on the front was good, got clean air, could run the top, bottom, wherever you wanted to go fast, and kind of got it through there. So kind of walk us through, pretty uneventful, I guess, from your seat, and kind of tell us about that, and then let us know who helps your weekend look out.
Really, man, the car was good. I seen Michael back there a little bit, I could see him out of the corner of my eye. He wasn't on me, but he was there. Definitely couldn't have spun out like I almost did that one lap. The car was great. Everybody that helps me, In-Law Fabrication, Precision Performance, CA's Auto Supply, recipes to CA, and my grandpa Artie, my wife Casey. She told me the other day she's gonna beat me up if I didn't tell her thank you. So her and my little boy crew. If it wasn't for them, there's my world. Like I said, my grandpa. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be doing this at all. So, and then I know my stepdad. He's gonna get a kick out of it, but Daddy Rabbit Racing is what he calls his little gig. So.
Well, on your wife's defense, if you forget her in Victory Lane again, I'll punch you, and then she can punch you when you get back to the trailer. But, hey, man, I know he's got to get ready to go get in that byline survey in US Race Stock Car. Folks, give it up one more time. Douglas Distributing US Race Stock Car feature winner, Mr. Bryce Pritchett. Back up to you, Carl.
All right, race fans. I'm down here at the flag stand with the driver of the 20D USRA Limited Modified Rowdy Day. We got any little kids out here that are Rowdy Day fans? Well, we got some shirts to give away down here. So if you'd like to represent Rowdy and the 20D racing team, come on down here. All right, on the speedway now is the byline surveying USRA factory stock B main number 1. So on the pole is going to be the 31 machine. That's Timothy Hartman. To his outside is going to be Jesse James Freeland in the 24. On the inside of row number 2, that's going to be the 14 of Alan Screws. To his outside, Nakia Norris and the 7N. Starting from the 5th position, that's going to be the 4B of Kyle Blanton. To his outside will be the 118 of Matt Conger. And rounding out the field in the 80 machine is going to be Bud Brill. We'll be taking the top 4 cars to the A main. Due to 7 cars showing, we're going to shorten this B main to 10 laps from 12. So top 4 cars will advance after 10 laps. Hartman, Screws, and Freeling going to get a good start as Blanton works his way into the top 4 quickly, getting by the 7N of Norris. Here comes Screws looking to the inside of Hartman down the back straightaway. 14 going to try to take the lead coming out of turn number 4. And Screws will have it at the line. Screws, Hartman, Freeland, and the 4B of Blanton distancing themselves from the rest of the field. If those guys can keep it clean up there, those four should have the speed to advance to the A main, as long as no one gets over aggressive up there, battling for the top four spots. Norris sitting one spot out in the 7N, losing ground to the 4B of Kyle Blanton for the fourth and final transfer spot. So far, Alan Screws in control in the 14 machine, followed by Hartman, Freeland, and Blanton. Norris, Brill, and Conger all sitting on the outside looking in right now, with 3 laps down, 7 to go for the 14 of Screws. Sparks flying from the 14 as he pops a wheelie through 1 and 2, but he's going to maintain his race lead and perhaps extend it as Freeland and Blanton getting into each other, racing for the third spot. Both those drivers are in the feature, no need to push anything, although it is 2 starting positions in the feature. Smoke starting to pour out of the 4B as he's going to give the bumper to Freeland down the back straightaway. Blanton not satisfied with 4th, he's going for more. Brill going to work his way around Norris and he'll take the 5th spot. Now they're side by side for the 3rd spot between Freeland and Blanton. Blanton on the outside, Freeland on the inside. Blanton will have 3rd coming out of turn 4. 118 of Conger stopped on the exit of turn number 2. Caution flag and a wave. Caution flag waving for the 118 of Matt Conger. Sitting up there by our sponsor banners on the exit of turn number 2. So we have 7 laps down, 3 laps to go in B main number 1 for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. Once again, we're taking the top 4 cars to the A main. Alan Screws holds the lead right now, followed by Timothy Hartman. Kyle Blanton and Jesse Freeland holds the final spot right now. As sitting 1 spot out is Bud Brill, and 2 spots out at the moment is Nakia Norris. Looks like the 118 of Matt Conger going to need the hook to assist him off the speedway. And that will conclude his racing for this evening. Race fans, once again, the Texas Sprint Series tent is directly behind the flag stand. Be sure to go visit them, as we appreciate them visiting us here at Rocket Raceway Park, bringing 21 305 winged sprint cars to put on a show for us here at Rocket Raceway Park. We will have 1 more factory stock B main after this, and then it will be time for the A main for the Texas Sprint Series. So the 118 of Matt Conger going to be assisted to the infield. We got 6 cars remaining. Only 4 can go to the A, and we got 3 laps to determine which 4 will go to the A. And lights are out. The 14 machine of Alan Strew is going to lead us back to the green flag for 3 more laps in B main number 1 for the USRA factory stocks. Good restart from Brill as he's going to look to the outside of Freeland. Now he's going to cut to the inside. Can he make a move for the 4th and final transfer spot? As Norris obviously losing power down the back straightaway in his 7 in. Blanton going to throw a slider for the 2nd spot, and he'll take it away from Hartman. Screws, Blanton, Hartman, Freeland, and Brill. 4B of Blanton going to slip up. We got a right rear flat tire for Norris as he's going to pull to the infield. Brill wants the 4th and final spot. Can he pull it off in the 80 machine? Can't do it just yet. He was 0.034 behind Blanton at the line that time. As Screws is checked out, but the 4-car battle for 3 spots continues as a checkered flag waves for Screws. Hartman 2nd, Freeland's 3rd, and Blanton takes the 4th and final transfer spot. Valiant effort from the 80 of Bud Brill, but he's going to come up 1 spot short in byline surveying USRA factory stock B main number 1. So here is byline surveying USRA factory stock B main number 2. Called for 10 cars. We got 8 out there. So on the pole is going to be the 99J. That is John Armstrong. To his outside, the 47F of Brad Ford. On the inside of row 2 is scheduled to be the 77S of Robert Stevenson. To his outside, the 55 of Chucky Beckham. On the inside of row number 3, that's Jason Beckham in the 81. Good to see him return after his collision with the front straightaway wall down in turn number 4. To his outside is scheduled to be the 87D of Aaron Davis. On the inside of row 4, that's Jeremiah Hopper in 72. To his outside, Bobby Glover in the 26G. And on the final row on the inside is going to be the 77 of Mark Ross. And to his outside, the 13X of Austin Hale. Looks like Hale not going to make the call, as well as the 55 of Chucky Beckham. So we got 8 cars. Top 4 will advance to the A main for the byline surveying USRA factory stocks. Green flag waves as Armstrong and Ford going to lead us down into turn number 1 for B main number 2 for the byline surveying USRA factory stocks as Beckham gets loose in his 81 machine coming out of turn number 1. He's going to corral it. Will stay green. Ford's got the early race lead, followed by Armstrong. Stevenson has 3rd, and Aaron Davis holds the 4th and final transfer spot at this point in the race. Here comes Glover to the inside of Davis, going to look and try to take away that 4th and final spot as Ford distances himself out front from the 99J of Armstrong. Great battle for the 4th spot. Glover's going to have it that time by 0.056 over the 87D of Aaron Davis. Davis going to power back to his outside down the back straightaway. They're side by side through turns 3 and 4 as Ford sets sail on the field, followed by Armstrong, Stevenson, Glover, and Davis. Ross running in the 6th spot as the 72 machine of Hopper going to pull to the infield and conclude his racing action. So Brad Ford setting sail on the field in his 47F machine. The 99J of John Armstrong continues to run in the second spot. Here comes the 77 to the inside. Mark Ross going to get a 2-for-1 special. Go from 6th to 4th real quick as the 77 is going to lose control through turns number 4. He's going to keep it going. Will stay green as Ross inherits the 3rd spot. And now Davis takes the 4th spot from Glover. So Aaron Davis going to benefit from the mishap from Stevenson in the 77S. And he now sits in the final transfer spot for B-Main number 2 for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. So it's Ford, Armstrong, Ross, and Davis, your top 4. Glover's right there on the back bumper of Davis. He's got 6 laps to make a move for that position. Ford continues to extend his lead. Got a 1.5 second advantage over the 99J of Armstrong, who starts to smoke down the back straightaway. 2 laps to go this time for the 47F of Ford as the battle for the 4th and final transfer spot intensifies once again. Davis and Glover going at it. 2 cars, only one can get the 4th spot, as Ford, Armstrong, and Ross have distanced themselves from that 2-car battle for the 4th position. Davis going to gain a bit of ground that time. He holds a half-second advantage on the final lap over the 26G of Glover. Entering turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming out of turn 4, taking B-Main number 2, it's going to be Brad Ford in the 47F. He's going to win it. Armstrong is second. 3rd goes to Ross, and taking the 4th and final transfer spot, it's Aaron Davis in the 87D. Bobby Glover going to come up 1 spot short in his 26G machine. Stevenson and Beckham round out your field. And that will conclude all of your preliminary action for tonight. We got nothing but A-mains left. 4 A-mains. We got the Camp Gladiator Junior Emory Limited Modifieds, the Texas Sprint Series, the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks, and the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified A features. So on the pole for the Camp Gladiator Emory Junior Limited Modifieds out of Irving, Texas, that's going to be the Ashton Logistics RD Print and Body number 43 of Ashton Bacta. To his outside, it's going to be Bentley Smith in the 26S, out of Crandall, Texas. Inside of row number 2, that's Scout Nation out of Blossom, Texas in the 94. To her outside is Connor Richardson in the 29 out of Mesquite. On the inside of the final row, out of 40, that's Scott Merrick in the 310. And to his outside, out of Fruitvale, Texas, that's Rustin Maroney in the 8 machine. 12 laps, here we go. Great start for the 26 of Smith, as Scout Nation going to throw a slider on back to take the 2nd spot. So Smith leads lap number 1, followed by Nation. Richardson has 3rd, Bacta is 4th, Maroney 5th, and Merrick rounds out the field. 310 of Merrick slowing down the back straightaway. He's going to pull to the inside of the speedway, keep rolling. Not sure what the issue is there for the 310 machine. It's like he may be trying to find a dry spot to enter the infield. Not sure if he got a safe enough distance away from the speedway. And the caution flag will wave as the 310 too close to the speedway to resume racing action safely. So we're going to have to throw the caution and get him further away from the racing surface. So lights are out. We're going to go back to green with Smith in control. Single file restart here. 2 laps down, 10 laps to go for the Junior Emery Limited Modifieds. That's the Camp Gladiator Emery Junior Limited Modifieds, excuse me. So it's Smith, Nation, Richardson, Bacta, and Maroney, your 5 running cars at this point, as Merrick has to be assisted off the speedway in the 310. Lights are out. We're going to go back to green. Bentley Smith in the 26S going to lead us back to the green flag. Scout Nation throwing it deep on the inside. Not able to make up any ground as Smith's going to get the edge once again. Battle for the 3rd spot emerging between Bacta and Richardson as Maroney gets loose in turn number 4. He'll pull to the infield, keep his momentum, and we will stay green as Bacta takes the 3rd spot back from Richardson down the back straightaway. Nation gonna slip up in turn number 4, and here comes Bacta to the inside. He'll take the 2nd spot back. So it's Smith, Bacta, Richardson, Nation. Nation gets loose once again. She's gonna head off into the pits, slam on the brakes. Luckily avoid disaster there, and she's gonna join the speedway once again, and we'll stay green. So Smith still has the lead. Bacta is back up to the 2nd spot as Smith sees halfway this time. Richardson still runs in the 3rd spot. Nation has 4th, and the 8 of Maroney is in the 5th position. Smith may have to negotiate that lap traffic situation before this one is over with. Smith had a 2.1 second advantage last time at the line. This time it's a 1.8. Bacta is catching ever so slowly. Does he have enough laps to reel in the 26S of Bentley Smith? This time at the line, it's a 1.4 second advantage. 43 catching him slowly. As we got 3 laps to go in the Camp Gladiator Junior Emery Limited Modifieds. This time he's going to lose ground. Smith going to run a better lap that time, gain 3/10 back that he had lost on his advantage over Bacta. 2 laps to go this time for Smith. As Richardson spins in turn number 4, the 29 going to get back under his own control, and he will maintain the 3rd spot as he had a large advantage over the 4th place car of Scout Nation. Coming to the white flag this time, Smith going to look to the inside of Maroney, going to have to negotiate that situation finally on the last lap, as Bacta did gain 3/10 that time, but a 1.4 second advantage, and he's got half a lap to reduce that gap. Not going to be able to get it done. Taking the win, the 26S of Bentley Smith. Second will go to Ashton Bacta. Finishing in the 3rd position is going to be the 29 of Connor Richardson. 4th will go to the 94 of Scout Nation, and rounding out the top 5 will be the 8 of Rustin Maroney. Race fans, I did see a post earlier today on Facebook that the 26S said he would sign that right rear mud plug and give it to a fan if he won tonight. So some lucky kid is going to go home with an autographed mud plug from the 26S of Bentley Smith, your Camp Gladiator Junior Emery Limited Modified winner. All right, we're going to send things down to KR to get an interview with Bentley Smith, your winner in the 26S. Race fans, start preparing yourself for the Texas Sprint Series A feature, because it's coming up next after this interview.
Folks, we're back out here at BallisticTrailerSales.com. Victory Lane, your Camp Gladiator Emery Junior Limited Modified Feature winner, Mr. Bentley Smith. Folks, he's taking all the safety gear off. He's getting ready to climb out of the car. When he does, he's got his helmet on. You'll make some noise. Let this young man hear you right now, Mr. Bentley Smith. Folks, I don't know about y'all, but this may be the funnest part of the night for me, watching these young men and women wrangle these old race cars around this quarter mile here at the Rocky Raceway Park. So we're going to let them get all the safety gear off, pull the head sock off. Bentley, you ready to talk to me, son? Come on around here, man. Always smile. That's what I like about this young fella. Bentley, then you talked a little bit pre-race down there at the fuel shed. I told you, I thought if your dad, car owner, crew chief, gave you a good race car, you was going to make it tonight. It looks like you did it for me, bud.
Yeah. It wasn't tight. It was a good car. I'd like to thank my dad, my mom, Lisa, my papa, TG Motorsports, Sontag Automotive, Bel Air, Buckmeyer Motorsports, and that's about it.
Folks, I don't know if you heard all that, but he did it better than anybody else in the pit tonight, man. Hey, I'm going to tell you something cool. His dad talked to me, and I kind of dropped the ball this week. But if you look right here on this right rear corner, these Dirt Defender wheel covers, Bentley Smith and his racing program and Dirt Defender partnered up, and we're going to move this to pre-race next week because it's my fault. But Bentley, every time he comes down to BallisticTrailerSales.com, he's going to pull this off, sign it, and bring a young fan down here to take a photo with him. This young man, this was his idea. I think that's worth a round of applause. These young folks are already giving back in the sport, and we appreciate that very much. I don't know what he's doing in here. He may be getting something to hit me with or something. I don't know. Let me check on it. He's grown about 3 inches since last time I saw him, so I better watch it. Oh, he's got it right there. He's going to go ahead and sign it. We're going to bring the young fan down pre-race next week. Mr. Bentley Smith. And since it's my air, I'm going to take care of this young man's pit pass next week so we can enjoy it. Whatever the junior fan is we pick, we're going to upgrade him and let him come hang out with him in the pits for a little bit. So while he's doing this, I know we got sprint cars in the staging lanes. Folks, one more time, he can hear you, Mr. Bentley Smith. Colin, I'm going to turn this back up to you. I know you got some other help in there, but folks, when these sprint cars come out, they're going to go 3 wide or 4 wide, whatever they do to appreciate you guys and gals for coming out. So let's reciprocate that. Get on our feet when they go to that format. Put your hands together and make a whole lot of noise. We'll be talking to the top 3 on the podium tonight on the front straightaway. We'll keep it rolling. So Colin, back up to you, bud.
And outroll your Texas Sprint Series cars. Make some noise as they roll out. For your A main, the starting lineup in the first row, we have in the 10, Marcus Thomas. On the outside, in the 76, we have Zane Lawrence. Looking at the second row, we have Chad Wilson in the 20. On the outside of Wilson in the 5, we have Chip Graham. In the third row, we have Jeff Emerson in the 35. On the outside in the 70, we have Landon Thompson. In the fourth row, we have Joshua Hardner in that 41. On the outside of that 41, we have Jimmy Gardner in the 51. In the fifth row, we have Jared Warhurst in the 7. On the outside in that 41M, we have Steve McMacken. Looking at that sixth row, we have Colby Stubblefield in the Taco Casa 2X car. On the outside, we have Jeb Sessoms in that 01J. Looking at the seventh row, we have Junior Jenkins in the 23. On the outside, we have Ryder LaPlante in that 88R. And in that eighth row, we have Justin Bates in the 21B. On the outside, we have Mr. Gary Kelly in that 12X. And in the ninth row, we have Matt Etzmiller in the 17. On the outside, we have Corby Sherb in that 32. And in the 10th row, we have Blake Backus in that 16. On the outside of Backus in the 11, we have Miss Caitlin Dixon. And in the 11th row, we have Logan Sherb in that 18. And that's your starting lineup for this A main. Thomas, Lawrence, Wilson, Graham, Emerson, Thompson, Harner, Gardner, Warhurst, McMacken, Stubblefield, Sessoms, Jenkins, LaPlante, Bates, Kelly, Etzmiller, Sherb, Backus, Dixon, and Sherb. And there roll out your Texas Sprint Series card. Let's go ahead and make some noise for the Texas Sprint Series drivers out there tonight. go ahead, get on your feet, shine those flashlights out, and make some noise for your Texas Sprint Series drivers out there. Come on, guys, turn on those flashlights, make some noise, get on your feet, and give it up for your Texas Sprint Series drivers out there tonight. And on behalf of Texas Sprint Series, thank you guys so much for coming out. Without y'all, our drivers would not be able to do what they love. Come on, guys, one more time for your Texas Sprint Series drivers out there. Flash those lights and make some noise for them. Come on, guys, make some noise. Let them hear you out there on that track tonight. Gary Kelly, Joshua Hardner, Jared Warhurst, Landon Thompson, Jeff Emerson, Junior Jenkins, Logan Sherb, Marcus Thomas, Matt Etzmiller, Steve McMacken, Chip Graham, Colby Stubblefield, Zane Lawrence, Jimmy Gardner, Corby Sherb, Chad Wilson, Caitlin Dixon, Ryder LaPlante, Justin Bates, Jeb Sessoms, and Blake Backus. Give it up one more time for your Texas Sprint Series drivers. Let them hear you tonight. And there waves that green flag. Up there in the front in that 10 is going to be Marcus Thomas. And right behind him in that 76 Taco Casa car is going to be Zane Lawrence. And right beside Lawrence in that 5 is going to be Chip Graham coming out of turn number 2. And right behind in that 20 is going to be Chad Wilson. Alongside Chad Wilson in that 17 is going to be Landon Thompson. And coming up to turn number 3 in that 41, Joshua Hardner. And right behind him in that 35 is going to be Jeff Emerson. And there goes Jeff Emerson going up against, in that 41, Joshua Hardner. And right behind Hardner in that 2X Taco Casa car, Colby Stubblefield. And going head-to-head, coming up to turn number 4 in that 51 is going to be Jimmy Gardner. And there goes Logan Sherb passing in front of us, going out of turn number 2. And on that back straightaway in that 2X Taco Casa car, going head-to-head with that 41 is going to be Colby Stubblefield. And there goes Jeb Sessoms in that 01J. And right behind him, we have Jimmy Gardner in that 51. And looking to come up behind him in that 18 is going to be Logan. Ten laps down, 10 more to go for our Texas Sprint Series drivers. And up here, passing in that front straightaway, we have Marcus Thomas still taking the lead. And behind him, we have Gary Kelly in that 12X. And looking to come from the outside lane, we see Chip Graham in that 5. And they're alongside Gary Kelly in that 76, Zane Lawrence coming right behind Lawrence in that 20, Chad Wilson going head to head right next to Gary Kelly. Oh, and a little turn right there. And there goes the 32 of Corby Sherb. And that 7 of Jared Warhurst. And right next to him in that 88, passing up Jared Warhurst is Ryder LaPlante. 15 laps down, 5 more to go for our Texas Sprint Series drivers. And there goes Ryder LaPlante in that 88 coming up to turn number 3. And right behind him, Jared Warhurst. And there goes Marcus Thomas coming up behind Jared Warhurst in that 10. And there goes Caitlin Dixon coming out of turn number 1. 2 more laps for our Texas Sprint Series drivers. And looks like we're having some trouble out there in turn number 2. There waves that caution flag. And out there getting a push is going to be the 70 of Landon Thompson. And as we wrap up these 2 last laps, we'll have Marcus Thomas of the 10 at the front, Zane Lawrence of the 76, Chip Graham of the 5, Chad Wilson of the 20, and Jeff Emerson of the 35. Marcus Thomas, Zane Lawrence, Chad Wilson, Chip Graham, Jeff Emerson, Landon Thompson, Joshua Hardner, Jimmy Gardner, Jared Warhurst, Steve McMacken, Colby Stubblefield, Jeb Sessoms, Junior Jenkins, Ryder LaPlante, Justin Bates, Gary Kelly, Matt Etzmiller, Corby Sherb, Blake Backus, Caitlin Dixon and Logan Sherb all out there on that track tonight. And as we wait for them to get lined up, make sure y'all check out the TSS tent right under the grandstands for some TSS merch before you go home tonight. And it looks like we're getting ready to get started. How y'all guys feeling? Make some noise. Come on, guys. Let's let them hear you out there on that track for these last 2 laps. And lights out. There waves that green flag. Taking the lead in that 10 mark is Thomas, and looking to pass him coming on that outside lane is going to be Chip Graham in the 5. And on the inside lane is the 76 of Zane Lawrence, and kicking up some dust coming out of turn number 4 is going to be the 51 of Jimmy Gardner. And your winner, Marcus Thomas in the 10, Zane Lawrence in the 76, Chip Graham of the 5, the 2X of Colby Stubblefield, and the 35 of Jeff Emerson. Let's give it up again one more time for Marcus Thomas, your winner for tonight's A-Main.
Okay, so who's my top 5 outside of the 5? Yeah. Yeah, we don't need none of that shit. Okay, I have 10. I need the 10, the 76, the 2X, the 35, and the 20 to the front straightaway. 5.
And if you have the flag of Marcus Thomas in the 10, go ahead and come down so you can get your picture taken and get your shirt as well. Give it up again for your Texas Sprint Series top 5 tonight.
Yeah, all the way. Call it for him again. Number 10.
Does someone have the flag of Marcus Thomas, the number 10 car? Going once. Going twice.
The flag with 10 on it.
The flag with 10 on it? Anyone out there with a flag with the 10 on it? Should I do 76? Where? Does someone down here have the flag with the number 10 on it? No.
Okay, call 76.
If you have the flag of the 76, you can go ahead and come down. A flag with the number 76 on it. There we go. Here, you can give this to Casey.
Fans, while they're sorting out, get the folks down here. We're going to talk to your third place finisher, the 2X Colby Stubblefield. Come on around here, Kobe. I've been watching you race these micro and stuff for a long time. I grew up watching your dad race, man. How much fun did you have out there tonight?
It was fun. I think Alcoa hooked up really good. They started at 11, so it was a little far back for what we liked, but I think it was really fast and it's fun.
Well, I watched you make a move there toward the end of the race. You kind of split the needle there, and I thought we was going to get everybody upside down. I don't know how you guys do it week in, week out. Great driving, man. Tell us a little bit about the car and what helps you out here every week.
I just got to thank Taco Casa and my dad, Alan, and Terry.
Well, good deal, folks. Third place finisher now in the Texas Sprint Series, the driver of the 2X, Mr. Colby Stubblefield. Zion, I think you got seconds. I'll talk to you. I talked to you the last time I was here, too, so I think you kind of like this place a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I love this place. Y'all did great on the track. It's fun every time we come here. Really wasn't wanting to see that caution, but it is what it is.
I thought we was going to bring the checkers too there, and it was setting it up pretty good because there's about 7 of y'all fixing to be in contention for that win with the lap traffic. But just out of curiosity's sake, I see 2 Taco Casa cars here. Is there any kind of fun living during the week when one of you out running the other, or is it a true team effort here?
No, it's a true team effort. We both try to help each other get on this front straightaway.
Well, you're doing a great job tonight, man. Appreciate you coming out, folks. The second place finisher in the 76 Taco Casa machine, Mr. Zane Lawrence. Folks, we're going to make our way over here. Your winner tonight, the 10 car, Marcus Thomas. We'll get to the post-race deal here in a minute, but man, you had that thing rolling, lap traffic, man. We set up for a good one, a late caution there. I think most of the race fans was hoping it was going to read the checker because it was about to be a wild, man. How was it for you?
Man, you and everybody at this track has done a phenomenal job. So thank you for letting us come out, first off. But man, I was hoping we'd just go green checker. So I'm with everybody else that thought that, especially when it's coming to the white flag and just had a good car right there. You know, that's all the hard work to George and his son Michael, Mason's here with us tonight, and the wife, she made the trip with us. So I can't thank them enough, man. He does phenomenal work. You know, if I could just halfway do my job, sometimes we might win all these things. But you know, we've had some bad luck. Just being able to thank them to be here.
You guys, look at your schedule, man. You'll kind of pick and choose and bounce around a little bit and stuff. Where's the next few weeks looking like for you in the 10 machine here?
I think we're going to Waco next Friday, and then I don't know what we're doing. And like I said, we just kind of bounced around and pick and choose. No, we got him down here finally, huh? But anyway, we don't know. It's just kind of moment to moment, and we just wherever we feel like going. With the price of diesel, man, it's hard to get this rig up and down the road a lot. So this right here helps us some. But you know, and that's thank you all the fans for making the trip out. We know it's not cheap, you know, to come to these races and spending hard-earned money to get in. So thank you all for coming. And if y'all weren't here, none of this would be possible. You know, these guys could have a race, and if there was not going to be any fans, I don't know if anybody would show up to race. So we do this for y'all to put on a show, and thank y'all very much for coming.
Well, Marcus, I may be a little biased, but I think you just won the Texas Sprint Series feature in front of the best race fans in all the United States. I may be a little biased, but I'm going to stick to my story. But
No, the best. They're the best.
It wasn't just me, folks. You heard it from tonight's Texas Sprint Car feature winner and the Tim Machine mix from Marcus Thomas. Then George, come here, man. I know you don't like talking. So we got us a Texas legend right here on the front straightaway. We're gonna kill just a minute here. George White, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, I ain't gonna age you, but I grew up watching you. Matter of fact, I think I drank my first beer with you in San Angelo, Texas on the ring out, you, Paul, and Bo. So I'm gonna blame y'all for that. But anyway, man, how does it feel to be on the other side of the sport now?
I like it. It's still a lot of fun for me, and I come to these races and see all these people, and it just keeps me coming back.
Well, folks, he's not near as old as I just made him out to be. He's probably just a few years older than me. Folks, this guy right here, man, he's won them all over the United States, man. Give him a good round of applause for George White. Appreciate you coming out to the Rocket tonight. We'll turn it back up to the tire, get ready for the next one.
All right, coming back to the Speedway once again, our lone trooper cruiser tonight, Christania Nold. Once again, we appreciate her coming out, so we're going to give her some hot laps once again, make her drive up here to Rocket Raceway Park worth it. Race fans, if you do have to go, we understand, but we do still have two features tonight. The Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified A-Main, as well as the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock A-Main. Both are guaranteed to put on a show here at Rocket Raceway Park. We got a great racetrack right now with two great lines on the top and the bottom. Can also make the middle line work if you try it hard enough. So we're going to have two great feature races coming up right after these hot laps for Christania Nold. Once again, race fans, you can get into this class for around $2,500 to $3,000. Get you a race-ready Trooper Cruiser. Come out here and see if you can beat Cristania. It is time for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified A feature. On the pole, it's going to be the Country Armory Incorporated Quick 1 number 20D of Rowdy Day to his outside. Going to be out of Kaufman, Texas. It's the 11 of Eric Luttrell. On the inside of row number 2. Making the move from the Eco Mod class, it's going to be the Bar 5 Construction Bar 5 of Jeremy Skeen. To his outside, the Mudbones Heartline Construction number 49 of Shannon Heartline. On the inside of row number 3 out of Bagwell, Texas, that's going to be James Wilson. To his outside, Ricky Haney in 99H. On the inside of row number 4 out of Forney, Texas, it's the 56 of Stephen Ashcraft. To his outside is going to be Chad Ross in 177 out of Sulphur Springs, Texas. Starting from the 9th position out of Frankston, Texas, it's going to be Tyler Parker in the IRP race cars number 79. To his outside, Joe Findling in 76 out of Forney, Texas. On the inside of row number 6, it's going to be Robert Vetter in the V8. To his outside, the 01X of Tough Forester. From the 13th position, we'll go Wyatt Payne. To his outside, Chris Golden out of Elk City, Oklahoma. From the 15th spot will be Donald Fetty in 36. To his outside, David Thompson in 6. Dustin Nation in the 28D. Justin Vaughn in 2JT. Billy Brierton in 43B. Kevin Forrester in R143. And Jonathan Sullivan in 44S. We are going green for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. No start, no start. Gonna call that one back. So we're gonna restack them. Try to get it right this time. Original restart next time around. Got to get these guys back lined up and get ready to go out of turn number 4. We're gonna restart this race with the 20 of Rowdy Day and the 11 of Eric Luttrell. Green flag waves. And the 20D of Rowdy Day going to get a good jump on the inside, followed by Luttrell. Skeen on the inside. The 49 going to work to his outside. That's Heartline going to take the 3rd spot. Heartline sails way high. Skeen going to come back to his inside. Coming out of turn 4, Heartline uses the high side momentum to get the 3rd spot. So Day, Luttrell, Heartline, Skeen, and Bagwell, your top 5 cars. And here comes Chad Ross in the 177. That's the caution flag waves. Gotta go to a complete restart. No laps complete. As the 99H of Ricky Haney stopped in turn number 4. So brief pause in the racing action as we're going to have to take Ricky Haney off the speedway on the hook down in turn number 4. Tough break for the 99H.
Michael, Jack, y'all be paying attention.
So now that we have got the 99H of Ricky Haney away from the speedway, lights are out, and we're going to go back to an original restart for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. 20 laps in the distance. Rowdy Day and Eric Luttrell going to lead us back to the green flag for an original start. Race fans, these cars on the front straightaway are full-blown USRA Modifieds. Michael Risky in the 2R and Jack Sarton in the 47. They're getting some hot laps here during the USRA Limited Modified A main. Well, here we go. Much better start from Luttrell this time. He's going to throw it to the outside of Day. And here comes Chad Ross into the 4th spot. But Day and Luttrell side by side down the back straightaway. Luttrell going to sail high. Day's on the inside. And Rowdy Day will lead lap number 1. Here comes Chad Ross looking to the inside of Shannon Hartline for the 3rd spot. As they're 3 wide for the 8th position momentarily between Robert Vedder, Tyler Parker, and the bar 5 of Jeremy Sheen. So it's Day, Luttrell, Ross, Hartline, and Wilson, your top 5 cars at the moment. As Robert Vedder going to work his way around Tough Forrester for the 6th position. So Day, Luttrell, and Ross extending their advantage. Hartline and Wilson round out your top 5 as there's a good battle between Forrester and Vedder for the 6th spot. Also Ashcraft and Parker for the 8th position. Slip up from Forrester. He's going to lose the 6th spot to Vedder, and he may lose the 7th spot to Ashcraft. As we got debris on the inside of turn number 1 and 2. Looks to be nothing of harm as Chad Ross drove over in the 177. Now caution flag is going to be thrown for the debris down in turn number 1. Had multiple cars run over it, so we'll see if that affects anything. Looks as if the 49 of Shannon Hartline has a flat tire as he's going to pull off into the work area. So it looks like the 49 of Shannon Hartline did not go to the work area. Looks as if he pulled directly to his pit. May have been a drive shaft sitting on the inside of turns 1 and 2. As that may have also came from the 34 machine of Donald Fetty being assisted in the infield. So 5 laps in, 15 laps to go. Rowdy Day holds the advantage at this point in the 20D. Running second, Eric Luttrell in the 11 car, followed by Chad Ross in 177. James Wilson now inherits the 4th spot, and Robert Vedder rounds out your top 5 in the V8. Battery's dying.
In or out, make it obvious. 11 in or out, make it obvious.
Where are the batteries at?
Top of the phone. Check the breaker. Check the deal.
Okay.
8 in, 8 out, V8 out. 8, blue 8, your second or third row in. Blue 8, third row in.
with Rowdy Day in the 20D ahead. As Chad Ross looking to the inside of Eric Luttrell for the second spot. Robert Vetter looking to the inside of James Wilson for the fourth position. Wilson going to sail high. Here comes Vetter on the inside as well as Ross. Ross going to have second at the line this time, and Vetter has fourth. Bottom line beginning to show that it may be a bit stronger than the top as Rowdy Day continues to run on the bottom as well, your race leader. Now all of your top 6 cars going to enter on the bottom. How about Billy Brierton up to the 7th position? Brierton started from the 19th position in this race, and he's working the wheel on that number 43B. Here comes Billy Brierton. So it's Day, Luttrell, Ross, Wilson, and Vetter, the top 5. As we have 8 laps complete, 12 laps to go in the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified A feature. Slip up from Vetter, and now Ashcraft's going to take the 5th spot. Now he's looking for more to the inside of Wilson down the back straightaway. He's going to take the 4th spot. Halfway this time for Rowdy Day. So Day, Ross, Luttrell, Ashcraft, and Brierton going to bust into the top 5. How about the 43B from 19th to 5th, halfway down? He's got 10 laps to make 4 more positions. He's made 14 so far. Can Billy Brierton pull it off from the 19th place starting position? He's quickly closing in on the 56 of Stephen Ashcraft. Undoubtedly going to need some assistance to catch up to the 20D of Rowdy Day. Not sure if he can pull that off in under green flag conditions. But Brierton is currently the fastest car on the speedway. 43B and the 177 running very similar laps. As Ross is running quicker than Day each lap that turns. Here comes Brierton looking to the high side down the back straightaway, trying to work his way around the 56 of Ashcraft, but there's only 5 laps to go now. Gonna let him know he's there. Brierton applying pressure for the 4th position. Now Rowdy Day has a 2-second advantage over Chad Ross with just 4 laps to go this time. Lead extended to a 2.2-second advantage that time, as Ashcraft just ran his quickest lap of the race. So Day with a half straightaway advantage over Ross, extending his advantage once again by 0.2 to a 2.4-second advantage with just 3 laps to go for the 20D of Rowdy Day. Ashcraft trying to negotiate the lap traffic of the 44S. That's Jonathan Sullivan. Brierton is right there. Can't quite capitalize just yet. There are 2 laps to go for Rowdy Day. So Day, Ross, Luttrell, Ashcraft, and Brierton, your current running order. As the 13P gonna spin in turn number 4. Wyatt Payne gonna cause a caution with 2 laps to go. Caution flag gonna wave for the 13P of Wyatt Payne. And race fans, it's about to get interesting as Chad Ross will now be allowed to start right behind the 20D of Rowdy Day. And we'll see what Billy Brierton can do in his 43B machine. So 18 laps down. Yeah. Test. So we have 18 laps down, 2 laps to go for the USRA Limited Modifieds. Rowdy Day, Chad Ross, Eric Luttrell, Stephen Ashcraft, and Billy Brierton, your top 5 cars. 2 laps to go. Got a 2-lap showdown. Here comes Brierton to the outside of Ashcraft as Luttrell works on the outside of Ross. Day going to see the white flag first, followed by Luttrell, Ross, and Brierton. Brierton going to throw it back to the top side. Ross going to bobble. Here comes the 43B of Brierton. Brierton going to dive to the inside as Rowdy Day and 20D going to take the win in the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. Luttrell is second, Brierton third from 19th. Chad Ross finishes 4th, and Stephen Ashcraft round out the top 5 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. So race fans, let hear you. Rowdy Day in the 20D takes the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified A feature. So taking the win from the pole, the 20D, Rowdy Day. Very impressive run also from the 43B of Billy Brierton, from a 19th place starting spot to a 3rd place finish. Not sure if he had anything for the 20D though.
Sorry about that. Got to take the paper out of your hat there. Costin & Son Ready Mix USA Limited Modified, folks. He's fixing to climb out of the car. Make some noise for the ninth winner, Mr. Rowdy Day. Rowdy, let's come over here and grab a quick word with you here. You've done this a time or two already, so you kind of know the questions we're going to ask, the things we're going to say. I'm going to mix it up a little bit. You had the catbird seat all night starting on the pole, but I'm going to tell you the 11th of Eric Luttrell, Chad Ross, and Billy Brierton. He went 19th to 3rd, man. You had to know that it was back there. And that late race caution there, green, white, checkered, I thought we was going to see something, but it looked like you had the old 20D ready to go tonight.
Yeah, the whole track is super racy. I mean, there's not just one fast line around here. That's why I was trying to change my line. I knew there was somebody behind me. I really just wanted to get in their head, and I didn't want them to know where I was going.
Well, you did a good job of that. I mean, you brought her back down here again in one piece, man. New fire suit, new wrap. I saw a new body this week, man. Tell us who makes all this happen for you.
Man, I think AMD, Beast Performance, Quick Latch, products, like SSCR Roofing, County Armory, Wells Racing Engines, David Clark, my crew chief, Montana, my dad, my mom, my kids. I'm sure I'm missing some people. Dirty Deeds, Motorsports Design, Ashley Malone. She does the fire suit. She helped me out. Other than that, that's about it.
Folks, one more time, your Costin & Son USRA Limited Modified feature winner, Mr. Rowdy Day. And folks, before we turn it back upstairs, I think the guys in second here, the 11 of Eric Luttrell runs second. Billy Brierton goes 19th to 3rd at the checkered flag in the 43, and the 177 Chad Ross. How about we make some noise from the top 4 tonight? Woo!
All right, race fans, it is time for the final race of the night. It's time for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock A main. On the pole out of Crandall, Texas, that's going to be Tristan McCullough to his outside. Out of Forney, Texas, Chad Ince in the 75. On the inside of row number 2 out of Quinlan, Texas, the 05 of Brian McHenry. To his outside, the 98 of the Wills Point Texan, that's Chris Davis. Inside of row number 2 out of Powderly, Texas, it's the 2H of Marty Hicks. To his outside, out of Paris, Texas, the 5V is Michael Smith. On the inside of row number 4 out of Crandall, Texas, the B21, that's Bryce Pritchett, the USRA stock car winner earlier tonight. To his outside, the winner here last weekend in the factory stocks, that's Dion Redmond. From the 9th position, James Proctor in 28. To his outside, Gary Finch in 197. Mike Marshook from the 11th spot in the 45M. Alan Screws to his outside. Brad Ford, Timothy Hardman, John Armstrong, Jesse Freeland, Mark Ross, Kyle Blanton, Aaron Davis, and Ben Brand. 20 cars going 20 laps. It's the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks here at Rocket Raceway Park. McCullough and it's going to lead us to the first green flag of the A-Main. And here we go, 3M at 75. We're underway at the Rocket. Michael Smith going to make it a 3-wide battle for the third spot between McHenry, Smith, and Davis as McCullough gets the early advantage in the 3M. Davis going to get a run off the top side. He'll have third. McHenry is fourth. Smith is fifth at the line. What a battle for spots 3 through 7. We got 6 cars fighting for it. As Davis sails high, here comes McHenry. McCullough, Ince, McHenry, Hicks, and Davis, your top 5. Pritchard, Smith, and Redmond, all fast cars right there. Now they're 3 wide for the 4th spot. Davis, Hicks, and Pritchard, 3 wide. Smith could have made it 4 wide, thought better of it. Here comes the B21 of Pritchard. Pritchard got to throw a slider on Hicks and Davis. Take the 4th spot away as smoke pours out of the 75 of Ince. 3 wide once again. McCullough going to look to the inside of Ince, outside of McHenry. 3 wide all over the place, race fans. What a track here at Rocket Raceway Park tonight. McCullough's out front, but here comes Pritchard, followed by McHenry. Hicks gonna push big time. Here comes Chase. Here comes Davis. It's and Smith side by side as Hicks slows in turn number 4. We're gonna stay green. The 2H gonna keep it rolling. And we will stay under the green flag conditions as here comes the 14 of Alan Screws from a B-Main victory earlier tonight. He's side by side with Chad Ince for the 6th spot. Screws on the inside, Ince on the outside. Screws gonna get the advantage down the back straightaway. McHenry gonna sail high in the 3rd spot. Here comes Davis to his inside. So it's McCullough, Pritchard, McHenry, Davis, and Smith as something flew off the right rear of McHenry in turns number 1 and 2, and he pulls to the pits. Tough break for the 05 of Brian McHenry. So McCullough leads, followed by Pritchard, Davis, Smith, and Screws, your top 5 cars, with 9 laps complete and 11 laps to go. Action all over the track for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. As Alan Screws approaches the 5V, going to try to battle for the 4th spot as McCullough sees halfway, but Pritchard is closing quickly. Pritchard 2/10 faster that time in the B21. As here comes Dion Redmond, last week's winner, starting to work the high side, running the 6th position in his 38 machine. Problems for Brad Ford in the 47F as he slows on the front straightaway. Caution flag and a wave. Race fans, we need you to stay away from the fence while we are racing. Especially while we are racing, it's a safety concern. Please stay away from the fence. Stay in the designated seating area. So we have 10 laps down, 10 laps to go. And let me tell you, race fans, it's about to get real good. We got Tristan McCullough, Bryce Pritchard, Chris Davis, Michael Smith, and Alan Screws in the top 5. Also, last week's winner, Dion Redmond, right there. Gary Finch. Top 7 cars, all very capable of winning, as are all the cars on the speedway right now. But the cream is rising to the top, I should say. And we got 10 laps to settle this. And race fans, it's about to be a dandy here at Rocket Raceway Park, as this track is absolutely amazing tonight. We got lanes all over the place. They've been 3 wide for the first 10 laps. And I expect more 3 wide action as we get down to the last stages of this race. So 10 more laps on round 12 of the KR Cup on what has been a fabulous racetrack tonight. 3 grooves, they're all over the place. We got 10 laps to settle it. Can the 3M of Tristan McCullough hold off the heavy Chargers right behind him? He's going to get a great jump. Here comes Screws to the outside of Smith. Alan Screws trying to work his way from a B-main victory and a 12th place starting position up towards the front of this field. As Smith's on the inside of Davis, McCullough got a great start. Smith will take the 3rd spot at the line. So McCullough, Pritchard, Smith, Davis, and Screws are top 5 for now. Redmond going to edge ahead of Screws down the back straightaway. Now he's on the inside of Davis. He'll take the 5th spot. McCullough, Pritchard, Smith, Davis, and Redmond, your top 5 cars at the moment. As we have 7 laps to go this time by the start-finish line. Here comes Bryce Pritchard in B21. Two tenths faster that last lap. Pritchard definitely faster on a long run. McCullough great on a restart. But we got 6 laps to settle this. McCullough leads, followed by Pritchard. Smith, Davis, and Redmond round out your top 5. Screws and Finch now going to go side by side momentarily for 6th. Finch going to pull out of that situation. And we'll see 5 laps to go this time. McCullough extends his lead that time, running a faster lap than Pritchard. May have found a line that Pritchard hasn't quite yet found. 4 laps to go. McCullough followed by Pritchard. Smith, Davis, and Redmond round out your top 5. But it's a 2-car race right now as Kyle Blanton pulls to the infield in 4B. McCullough guarding the bottom. Pritchard is running the bottom as well. Gonna have to get to him and use another line or move him. We got 3 laps to go to figure it out. Here's Bryce Pritchard. Gonna try to sweep the USRA stock cars and USRA factory stocks in the same night. McCullough slips up off the bottom. Here comes Pritchard. 2 laps to go this time. A 0.3 of a second advantage at the line for the 3M. Pritchard had the fastest lap that time. Here they come to the white flag. McCullough's faster that time. 1 lap to settle it. It's McCullough, it's Pritchard, Smith, Davis, and Redmond round out the top 5, entering the turn for the last time. Here comes Pritchard. He's not going to have enough. McCullough wins it in 3M. Tristan McCullough, Bryce Pritchard, Michael Smith, Chris Davis, and at the line, Dion Redmond going to take the 5th spot. What a show here at Rocket Raceway Park, race fans. This track has been phenomenal all night, and the factory stocks just put on a showcase of a race. 3 wide all throughout the field. Great show from Tristan McCullough and Bryce Pritchard. There he is, race fans, the 3M of Tristan McCullough. Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock A main winner.
This young man, Tristan McCullough. He is fixing to get out of his car. Folks, I wish everybody could see the smile on this young man's face. Hey, I'm going to give you this ball cap here. Go ahead and put that on there. That's very looking good there. Put that hat on. Folks, when he gets out of this car, let's stop what we're doing for a second and make a whole lot of noise. That was a fun one to watch. Well, this ought to be a good interview, too. I can see it coming. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner tonight, Mr. Tristan McCullough. I was kind of hoping you was going to backflip all that. Let me give you a couple feature win stickers there, man. You always bring one of the prettiest race cars to the racetrack. You had a good start spot, man. You drove about a flawless race. A lot of people may not know the guy behind him in the B21 Bryce Pritchard, your brother-in-law. I was wondering how that was going to get when he got up there, but man, take us through that 20 laps real quick.
Man, it was long and it felt like it would never end. And I was just counting down one by one. And then on that caution, I saw Bryce under me, but I just had to hit my marks, and what happened, happened. But it was fun.
You look like you're a little winded, man. You was up on the wheel because that was a wild one, man. There's a lot of good talent behind you. But real quick, tell us who helps you out week in, week out when you get a chance to come out and play with us.
First and foremost, my mom and dad. Couldn't do none of this without my dad. Got my Uncle Nathan, All Tex Roofing, Folsom Insurance, RVTV Consulting, In-Law Fabrication, Canton Guns and Ammo, Old Timer Transportation. There's a lot of guys that help me, but I really appreciate them.
Hey, one last question. Bragging rights this week, you know, both your brother-in-laws raced, your dad's raced, but you're the one taking home the victory this weekend. So, like, how much fun are you going to have this week with these guys?
Well, I got to go Monday out of town for work, so I won't be able to enjoy it that much, but tomorrow they're going to hear it for sure.
Folks, one more time, tonight's Byline Survey and USA Factory Stock feature winner, Mr. Tristan McCullough. Folks, thanks for coming out. Colin, I'll turn it back over to you and take us home.
All right, race fans, just as KR said, we appreciate you so much for joining us here for round 12 of the KR Cup. Don't forget to join us next week for round 13, also featuring the Rocket Challenge, the USRA Modifieds. Once again, my name is Colin Bell. It's been an honor to bring you all the racing action here at the wonderful Rocket Raceway Park. I'll be back here in 2 weeks with my series, the Short Track Super Series, Ollie's Bargain Outlet Cajun Region, Northeast Big Block Style Modifieds. And race fans, trust me, you'll want to see that show on this track. So once again, we thank you so much for supporting Rocket Raceway Park. Please be safe as you drive home, and thank you for joining us once again.